Welcome all to the June 21st meeting of the El Segundo City Council. Madam Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
You may. Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Nickel.
Here.
Councilmember Perstock. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
And Mayor Boyles. No. So much for that. But I can see that he said yes.
Does that count as there?
Yeah, I see him.
All right, this will convene our open session. We'll begin with an invocation from Father Alexi. Father Alexi, please. All rise.
Let us pray. O Heavenly King, the Comforter, the Spirit of truth, everywhere present, filling all things, treasury of blessings and giver of life, come and abide in us, gladden our hearts with the fragrance of your love, brighten our eyes with the light of your guidance, delight in our ears to the melody of your word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of your providence. Look upon this meeting of our City Council tonight and fill all who will participate, be they council members, members of our city staff, members of the public providing input. Fill them all with the spirit of your wisdom and light. May the members of our City Council always act in accordance with your will, and may the decisions be for the greater good and well-being of all who live and work in our municipality, that together we may continue to provide a great place to live, work, and visit. Enable all of us to use wisely the gift of our city, which you so graciously entrusted to us, that we might be all led closer to you and to one another and to the eternal blessings you promise. May we never forget that number of people in our city who are less fortunate than we are. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Father Alexi. We do not have any special presentations slated for this evening. We will open the chamber up to public comment for a maximum period of 30 minutes and 5 minutes per speaker. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone here for public comment, please?
We do, and Drew can hear us now. First up is Charlie Henry.
Members of the City Council and the El Segundo community, I'm Charlie Henry, a recent ESHS graduate, an Eagle Scout with Troop 267 here in El Segundo, and a resident of this community dating back to my preschool years. I'm here to talk about flags and why the flag of El Segundo is urgently in need of a redesign. All across the United States, city and even state flags often consist of a navy blue field with the official seal in the center and the name of the city or state written on it. El Segundo's flag is among those with this utilitarian design, but there are a few key problems with it. One of the biggest issues is you have to be really close to the flag to make out the details. Seals are great for stamping on official documents or displaying really largely in a public area, but it's very hard to differentiate the elements of a small seal in the middle of a flag that is constantly waving in the breeze. If that isn't bad enough, the flag literally has El Segundo written on it. I'm going to paraphrase Roman Mars' TED Talk about city flags, where he said, if you have to actually spell out in plain English what your flag is meant to symbolize, then you have effectively failed to symbolize it. Additionally, depending on which direction the wind is waving and which direction somebody approaches the flag from, half the time El Segundo will be written backwards. But the biggest problem with the flag of El Segundo is that it doesn't really mean anything. Flags are extraordinarily powerful symbols. When I see an American flag, I think of freedom, individualism, opportunity, and a rich history that inspires us to keep improving our society. The American flag makes me feel proud. When I see the flag of El Segundo, I don't think of anything, and that to me is a crime because El Segundo is a special, special place. We're simultaneously a quaint small town and a modern hub of industrial innovation. We have a big blue ocean and more hills than a reasonable person could count. We embrace the wonder and the constant noise of flight. We even have our own species of butterfly. The things that make El Segundo unique is a list that goes on, and it's truly been an amazing place to live and to grow up. El Segundo is a great city, and every great city deserves a great flag to represent it. And there's a way forward. The North American Vexillological Association, that is the study of flags, has 5 basic principles that make a good flag design, and they are, first, keep it simple. The flag should be so simple that a child can draw it from memory. 2, use meaningful symbolism. The flag's images, colors, and patterns should relate to what it symbolizes. Third, use primarily 2 or 3 basic colors. Limit the number of colors of the flag to 3 which contrast well and come from the standard color set. Fourth, no lettering or seals. Never use writing of any kind or an organization's seal. And lastly, be distinctive or be related. Avoid duplicating other flags, but use similarities to show connections. It would be a great way to engage the community if El Segundo hosted a flag redesign contest using these guidelines. The current flag is not a compelling symbol of this community, but that by no means needs to be the case. Our city flag can be meaningful and celebratory of the city that we all love. It can be so much more than a wall decoration at official facilities. This is a relatively small improvement that all citizens of El Segundo can benefit from. I urge the City Council to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Next up, Jeff Gurney.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Jeff Gurney, local resident, local firefighter, and president of the El Segundo Firefighters Association. Keep it short. A lot of good things are happening here in El Segundo. We're thriving, we're growing, revitalizing, redeveloping. It's great to see. I am here for your attention on 3 issues that affect our association, your firefighters. Number 1, your El Segundo firefighters have been without a labor contract for 264 days now. Our labor negotiations, as you know, are at impasse. Number 2, we feel there is strong retaliation from the city within these negotiations, demanding that our members give up their civil rights to a fair jury trial because of current public lawsuits filed against the city and former department heads. And 3, you are continuing to pursue a misguided experiment on El Segundo by shutting down a fire engine, reducing the level of service to the community with no substantial evidence or data to warrant such an experiment. Why shut down an engine when we have a budget surplus of over $7 million with a combined recommendation from our finance department to recover over $1 million in subsidized fire department fees? Ask the fire chief directly if she supports browning out a fire engine and cutting staffing under these conditions. As I understand, the only 2 reasons you brown out a fire engine is if you have severe financial or staffing issues. We have neither. On a personal note, and for many of the firefighters, I did recently watch your City Council Thanks Employees video on YouTube. A nice sentiment, but unfortunately, it was received as insincere. Your actions do not support your statements. Morale is low. And morale is not low because we serve El Segundo. That's rewarding. The morale is low because of our relationship with the city, with you. You have firefighters that are well below the market mean. There is a 2-tier system within our labor group. Negotiations are at impasse. We are being asked to give up our rights as employees. You want to cut resources, cut staffing, yet you appreciate us. You say we are the key ingredient in making this a great place to live, the engine that makes this city run. I'm here tonight representing the firefighters. Often we feel our voice is silenced. You have shut us out. You've denied our invitations to sit down and talk. This is me talking to you. This is me communicating because there's no other platform for me to communicate on. These are our issues. And a lot of the times our narrative gets twisted and distorted, and it's hard to overcome that. We want a fair labor contract. We will not accept your demand to give up our rights as employees, and we will not support your decision to cut public safety to El Segundo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gurney.
Tracy Miller-Zarnicki is up next.
Good evening, Mayor from afar, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, and everyone in the room and watching from home. On behalf of my fellow members on the committee formerly known as Environmental, I'm here to let you know that we appreciated the presentation of the Imperial Highway Green Infrastructure Project that we saw June 3rd. And after fruitful conversation with the presenters, we, the committee, are happy to offer our support for this project. We're especially pleased to see that it will include a number of environmental concerns in it and address them nicely, such as adding 30 new trees while protecting those trees that are already there and established. It will add approximately 2,000 square feet of bioswales along the strip there, including California native landscaping. Very important to do that. It'll repair and expand the existing irrigation, which, as I know from Elias, the irrigation up there needs help, and it's absolutely great that it will be using recycled water. So that's wonderful. And it'll add the length of bike trail connection that we've long needed. That bike trail is not pleasant to maneuver from Imperial to the beach, so that will address that. And also, importantly, take care of some stormwater issues that are not well handled in that space. So again, we, the committee, are looking forward to your dialogue tonight about this project. Happy to continue to thought partner with you if it does move forward. And I'm going to put my other hat on for a minute and say I do know that the El Segundo Unified School District also submitted a letter of support for this project as well. Other things we can perhaps show our students on how we're improving things in a green way in El Segundo. So that's all for me. Thank you, and I hope you all have a great summer break.
Thank you, Ms. Zarnicki.
Jessalyn Waldron.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Council Member, City of El Segundo. My name is Jessalyn Waldron. I am your new representative with the Office of Supervisor Holly Mitchell with LA County. Getting to know all of the Beach City communities. I've been reaching out over the past 6 weeks. I wanted to pop in and say hello and introduce myself. I'd love to reach out to all of you, get to know you, get to know your communities. It's great to hear from your some of your constituents here tonight. And also let you know that our office does do a racial justice learning exchange every month, so we want to invite all of our communities. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm short. Could you all hear me? Do I need to start over? We have a racial justice learning exchange. We do events every month where we organize our community leaders and in a community like-minded way to have conversations and work on diversifying and making sure everybody in our communities are taken care of. And with that, is it okay if I leave business cards on the table if anybody wants to reach out to me outside?
Absolutely.
Is that okay? Awesome. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you all in a formal way, and I look forward to connecting and working with you on how we can support your lovely city of El Segundo.
Thank you, Ms. Walter.
Thank you.
Waldron, apologies.
So that's all the cards I have, unless there's anyone in the audience that didn't fill out a card and would like to speak. Nope, you're good to
Going
go.
once? All right, that will end public communications. Do we have any council comments?
This is Mayor Boyles. Can you hear me, Chris? Mayor Pro Tem?
Got you loud and clear.
Great. I'm sorry about the technical snafu. I also want to apologize. I'm here with COVID, so I figured I'd keep my distance. I'm on the tail end, so things are good. And it's not nearly as bad as the first time I had it, so that's good. I do want to ask, actually, the city manager to comment on some of the comments that were made, if it's okay, given the fact that we're in a union discussion right now and eventually probably going to impasse. But I would like the city manager and potentially the finance director to address Mr. Gurney's comments, if that's appropriate at this time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to comment. In fact, the finance director did hand me the list of what was referred to was when we presented a summary of potential revenue being generated by the new permit schedule. It did identify roughly $1 million of fire service fees that could be collected as potential new revenue. But just so the audience knows, and for the council's benefit also, approximately $655,000 of that million is set aside for special work due, it's called a CUPA fee, CUPA fees, which are typically for set aside for hazardous material and emergency types of uses that can only be used for that. So the $1 million is not directly going into the general fund. So roughly 2/3 of that is set aside for special uses, and the other is a combination of general fund and other particular uses. So it's not a $1 million straight new revenues to the general fund.
Mr. George, the CUPA is administered, that is a part of the fire department, but our CUPA staff, are they firefighters?
No, they are not firefighters.
Thank you.
I got one other question. And the second point Mr. Gurney made was related to, I think he was talking about our request for the last few years to initiate arbitration agreements. Does that ring a bell? He said they didn't want to waive their rights to a jury trial, so he must be referring to the arbitration agreements and the 10 pending lawsuits that we have from public safety, which is unprecedented. We haven't had more than one public safety lawsuit, if I recall correctly, in the last 10 years, prior to the last 10 years. So anything you can comment on there, either Joe or Mr. or Daryl?
I will have to defer that to the finance director if he can answer that. Our human resources director is not here at the moment, and if we can't get an answer, okay.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, City Council members. So, Mayor, I can't opine on what Mr. Gurney was referring to, but yes, you are correct as far as our binding arbitration that Council has been negotiating with all the unions on. So more than likely, that is what he was referring to.
Hey, did I get the number correct, Joe, that there are 10 pending lawsuits? Mr. Vasquez could probably verify this as well from public safety employees.
Apologize, I'm not sure of the number of total suits there.
It sounds about right, Mayor, but I don't know if that's the most current number.
It's 10 plus or minus 1. I can guarantee that. So just want to make sure that the public knows that as well.
I think that, that's a significant budgetary line item, but that is separate and apart from a negotiation with the labor group.
Separate and apart, but just to comment, that is also $7 million that we've had to set aside for these lawsuits, which would be roughly 30 to 35 full-time equivalent employees if we're able to use those funds for other means. So just wanted that on the record as well. I'll defer to you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We do have a $750,000 deductible per incident, so that is a significant outlay.
That's correct.
Do we have, City Manager, any further comments on public comment?
No further comments on public comment, but I do have some agenda comments if I could make those at this point.
Go right ahead. I'm tempted to jump in on
Sorry, before we jump
flags,
in, sorry, I have one thing. I actually want to speak to Mr. Henry's request. Is that something that we can kind of look into? I actually think that the idea of a redesign contest is actually a very cool idea. It's something to get the community can rally behind. Is there some way someone can follow up with him on that?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, I'll have, please see
Executive Assistant Angelo Sotelo in the back, and when you during the meeting, and we'll get your information and reach out.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, and thank you for your email, Mr. Henry. Much appreciated. Thanks for showing up at council as well.
Anything further?
Yes, I would like to request the council to consider moving item, let's see, 18, which is the presentation on the South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund. If we could move that item up to right after the consent calendar is discussed. We've got a council person from Hermosa Beach and a representative from the South Bay COG that are going to be on Zoom to hear that item. So if we can move that item earlier in the agenda. And then also on the consent calendar, we have the item B9, which is the update on the emergency repair of the pool heaters at the Wiseburn Aquatics Center. We will need a 4/5 vote on that item. So you can either take it collectively within the consent calendar if you feel like that should be discussed separately. We can pull that one out from consent and just vote on that separately because we do need a 4/5 vote. And I can also update you on the pool heater situation also at that time.
Very well. Madam Clerk, do we address that after we do consent, if we're going to reorder our agenda? Very well. We'll begin with procedural motions. Do I have a motion to read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only?
Giroux, so moved.
Nichols, second.
This will be a voice vote. Madam Clerk?
Excuse me. Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, passes 5-0.
Very well. To the consent calendar, do we have any polls?
I think we pull item 9 for the city manager, just so that we can get that 4/5 vote, but I'll pull that.
There's 18 parts of one of these, no polls? This is the essence of how things slide through. I'd like to pull sub-item 13 from section 5. So this is part, I guess I'm pulling line 5, but for subsection 13. Any other polls? Very well. Do I have a motion to pass the consent calendar except for items 9 and 5, section 13?
Giroux, so moved.
Boyles, second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
They all pass, excluding the ones mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem.
Very well. I pulled item 5, subsection 13. This is 18 parts of previously budgeted expenditures that we have at the city manager's discretion. And I wanted to pull this and read it here. This is to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to agreement number 4095 with High Point Strategies LLC for professional services related generally to the airport and MTA. I will move approval of this, but it is dangerous territory to lump this many discretionary spending pieces into one item, particularly when they are recurring ones. This is where I think cities find themselves getting into trouble, where we just see the same line item over and over. I single this one out because it is an $81,000 line item for work that has largely been completed for this year. We have our agreement with LAWA, and I want to make sure that we are holding the city manager accountable in this regard to make sure that those $81,000 available hours are utilized. We have a series of probably the biggest infrastructure project in the South Bay will be our Park Place extension until they start doing modifications to 405. And it's a $125 million project as it stands right now. So under inflationary pressure, that'll be $175 million. We need his input on what we need to do on that, or if we need to cut bait, and we don't have it yet.
Right.
So I will move approval on this, but I will say that for things like this, they rate their own agenda item because they rate our scrutiny. And with that, I'll move approval.
Persick, second.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Persick,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, passes 5-0.
Item 9 to you, Mr. Nichol.
Yes, I pulled this based upon the city manager's comments, and I thought this would be a wonderful time to allow Mr. George to give us an update, and then we can move forward.
Thank you, council member. Yes, this item, we do need a 4/5 vote, but I would like to update the council on the status of the pool heaters. We are in regular contact with the contractor or the engineering firm that was approved at the last meeting. We are still in roughly 8 to 10 week time frame to get delivery of the parts to fix the heaters. But we are constantly in contact with our consultant on that and trying the best we can to expedite that process. In addition, though, I think, this is really good news, is because of the warm weather and Mother Nature helping us out a bit, the pool temperature now is actually approaching the area between 75 and 78 degrees. So with that being said, after talking with the staff and representatives from the county in terms of pool temperatures and regular swimming, competitive swimming under those conditions, we will be opening the pool Monday morning at opening hours. So the pool will be open for use. I know staff right now is gearing up for that. But we're hoping that we do have a really nice warm summer so that we can keep the pool open, even through the fall. So that helps us deal with this downtime as we're waiting for the equipment and the parts to come in.
Council comments.
Actually, just want to say I know John and RC, I know she's not here, and Linnea have done a great job. Elias as well, poor Elias. I'm on him all the time, but it's a thankless situation when you're waiting for manufacturers to get things done to replace small parts that are not produced in the United States anymore. So I just want to thank staff for sticking with it and dealing with me. Thank you.
I just have one question. So how will you communicate out to the public that pool will be open starting Monday?
If I can have for another week and a half, our interim community services director.
John Jones, Interim Community Services Director. Thank you. First of all, that's fantastic news. How we plan to communicate that is starting tomorrow, starting to inform the public on all our web media as well as signage and communicate to the clubs. We've already communicated with the clubs that we're targeting Monday, and they've already identified that they're interested in moving forward. So our typical communication devices that we use in the city. But good news, all the less. Good job.
I know there's 3 parties to the joint use agreement there, and I think that historically we all tend to describe situations somewhat differently. Are we speaking with one unified message on this with our partners?
Yes, we are. In fact, today we had a kind of an informal kickoff meeting with the superintendent of Wiseburn Schools here at City Hall and his staff to begin to move forward collectively with the same message.
And as part of this agreement to move ahead, are we still documenting our reservations around the original design of this?
Yes, we are. The letter has gone out documenting that understanding of differences, I guess, in terms of the current situation and why the heaters malfunctioned in the first place.
Because that's another $450,000 project down the road that I think we need to be.
Potentially, yes, that's correct.
All right. With that, do we have a motion for approval?
Nichols, Persick move?
Go ahead.
Nichols second.
Yeah. Either one.
Or you moved.
So many movements.
She moved. She moved, I second.
Councilmember Drew?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol?
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
All right, passes 5-0.
All right, Madam Clerk, with that, is there any objection to moving item 18 ahead of the public hearing? Very well. And who will present on this item?
Well, I can do a quick introduction while we get on the Zoom call the representative from COG and the councilwoman from Hermosa Beach. This item is coming to us from the South Bay Council of Governments, and it's a report to potentially create a South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund that would help facilitate construction of affordable housing in our cities. This model has been done already in the San Gabriel Valley cities, and essentially the state helps fund the trust fund, which ultimately will help write down the cost of projects that include affordable housing. And the fund would be run through collectively all of our cities. And again, any city that wants to participate in tapping into these funds for affordable housing projects, it creates an opportunity to do that.
Mr. George, I'll chime in too, because I'm the chair of the COG. We've been working on this for a while now. Chris, you're familiar with the iteration of it through the contract cities. And as chair, one of our strategic priorities was to look at what San Gabriel Valley had done with their COG and their trust fund. And Stacey Armato, who's a council member in Hermosa Beach, along with COG staff, have been driving this process for us. Stacey also chairs the legislative committee for the Council of Governments. And like Daryl said, it's basically a funding mechanism that's meant to be used as a short-term bridge loan to help the unit economics of any particular housing deal look more attractive to a developer. We spent a lot of time, I've been on multiple calls with Councilmember Armato and Jackie Backrack, the executive director, and David Legier of the COG, with Senator Ben Allen and his staff, as well as Assembly Member Al Marisucci and his staff. They are co-sponsoring a bill, or at least Ben's writing a bill, and Al supports it as well. And what we're trying to do at the COG at this point is get letters of support from cities, and the letter of support is not necessarily a commitment to participate in the Housing Trust Fund, but to support the legislation. But speaking as one of 5 on the council, I certainly think, knowing what I do about the Housing Trust Fund concept and the work that's been done, that we would want to participate, especially knowing what we have ahead of us in terms of RENA numbers and having funded affordable housing for the first time in terms of concepts and what we're going to talk about later on the agenda with an affordable housing strategic plan. So just a little bit more context, and I'll turn it over to whoever else is going to speak. Probably, I see Stacey, Councilmember Armato, but I don't see her on video, and David Legier.
Oh, there we go.
There she is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff. I'm here just really to answer any questions that you may have, so feel free to ask. And we have David Legier here from the COG as well. Happy to answer any questions on the Housing Trust.
I'll throw in 2 cents on this, Councilmember Armato. I think that to dispel any confusion from the previous iteration, this does not require funding to come from developers. This would be seeded entirely by state funding as it's conceived now. So us conceivably signing up for this down the road would not mean we are seeking to encumber any developments with an impact fee that would have to go into this. And this similarly does not involve any of the RENA trading that was somewhat aspirational in the last iteration. If this thing does come to life, it could be a significant impact for us where we run against the way that these development projects pencil out poorly on our affordability pieces. So I think if no one else has any questions, I will move approval to support. Councilmember Giroux.
Yeah, I just got the overall concept I think is great, but I do have a couple of reservations on it in reading through the report. And one of the things that it states is that the SBRHT would likely be funded through a dues structure paid by participating cities. So I know that is, in order to keep it going, that's the way it's going to have to be funded. If you want to be part of it, there's going to be a dues structure. My concern is, at this point, not knowing what that's going to be, number one. And, you know, then you have to look at, is it a significant amount of money enough that it would be more beneficial for us to put it into our own housing authority? That's one question. I'm not saying that's the way it's going to go. I'm just saying it's a question that comes up. And then, you know, the second thing is money goes in as a member with no guarantee that money comes back or programs come back or a building comes back. So I just think there would have to be some kind of discussion about how this is going to be disseminated amongst the participating cities, because we don't just want to be in a situation where we're funding something and not receiving anything in return. Those are my two things.
And I'm going to tag along to what Councilman Giroux was saying. You know, at the last con in this presentation says, at present, the creation of affordable housing units by regional housing trust will only satisfy the RHNA numbers, the requirement for the city in which the housing is located. So if we're putting money in for a dues, and, you know, if we say we have a project that never gets voted on, or we're just funding something that we don't ever receive any benefit for. So I just trying to understand that concept. And I get the whole,
Stacey, didn't we say that
collaboration
we
component.
thought that the administrative burden was like $200,000 a year, potentially $200,000 to $300,000 a year, ideally split between 16 cities and COG, so a fairly nominal amount. If I got that math right, Stacey, is that correct?
That's correct, and just to expand on that, what we saw at the San Diego Valley COG is admin fees range between $5,000 to $20,000 a year, depending on your population. But we also subsequently found out that any state monies, which will be the lion's share of the Housing Trust Fund, can have an allocation of up to 5% to support administrative fees. So as we develop this housing trust and work together on building those bylaws, and El Segundo is welcome to participate in that conversation, we'll be talking about how we want to apportion those fees for participating cities. So there is that smaller fee to participate, potentially by cities or paid for by the state, but the lion's share of the trust is going to be what we hope is $50 million as an earmark from the state that would support building housing in our jurisdictions. And just Councilmember, to build off of a couple of your questions, we have talked about whether or not it would be better to each of our cities to go on their own or to collaborate together. And what we've certainly seen is that collaborating together as a region really strengthens our voice to earmark those monies from the state for our region. We're seeing this, of course, in the San Diego Valley, also in Orange County, up in Silicon Valley, and now also concurrently in Glendale, Pasadena, and Burbank, who are also forming their regional housing trust with similar legislation. And in response to the comment or concern, and it's a good one, about, well, we're going to be putting money in the form of admin fees if that's what we decide collectively as a regional housing trust, but there's no guarantee that it comes back. I would say that, you know, let's build a board that can certainly look at all of these projects that will be in the pipeline and apply a standard that is where all projects are treated equally, and a project could very well be approved, or many, in El Segundo or any member city.
I think there's an interest where if we're attracting new businesses and those businesses have employees that need to live and they want to live regionally, even if we don't get the RHNA credit for it, I think it is a overarching win for us. Councilmember Nichol, do you have something?
I guess my understanding, because I share the same concerns that Councilmember Giroux and Councilmember Perstek had when I read the report. The section of the report that jumped out at me that I had questions about was that we would, through this potential regional housing trust, that we'd be able to access federal and state earmark grants. Now, we as a city alone, would we be able to access those state and federal earmark grants, or is it not likely that a city alone would be awarded the grants? I mean, Mayor Boyles, I know you've been part of this conversation for a while. Is that the benefit to going at this from a regional standpoint? Because
well, I think the biggest benefit, Scott's a great question, Councilman Nichols, that biggest benefit is that we've got the attention of Senator Ben Allen and Al Marisucci that assure us they feel pretty confident they can get this through and that there'll be significant funds allocated to it. They wouldn't be doing that if it was a single city entity that was approaching this. As to, I think I'd defer to David or Councilmember Amato in terms of the ability to get funding on a regional level versus city. I certainly think that it's more likely on a regional level. A lot of the stuff that we see at COG or SCAG is done through the regional JPA because it is more significant in nature, broader, and takes into into consideration all the intricacies of the region as a whole. So my gut is yes, but Mr. Legier or Councilmember Amato?
I think you're totally correct. I would say that yes, any city could apply for state earmarks or federal earmarks or grants. Particularly when it comes to competitive grants, I think we found in the South Bay is our cities just don't compete well against the city of LA or other big cities, statewide or federally. And so like Councilmember Armato was mentioning, there's some power in mass. And so I think a sub-regional body would probably have a better opportunity for some of these funds than an individual city would.
so I guess with that,
I just have one other question. If we did join this body and become a member, we're not giving up any rights as far as zoning or like if a developer comes and they want to build something that still has to go through the same proper channels to the city. This doesn't trump.
No, absolutely, no,
Okay.
it does not.
And Councilman Perstuck, one comment we heard from the South Bay Association of Realtors, forgive me, Councilmember Armato, if I speak out of turn on the specifics, but I think what I recall the conversation was they were also concerned, as I would be, about any tax implications. Does this JPA, once it's formed, give us the ability to generate taxes? And the answer is no, definitively. It would not be able to affect taxes or anything to that degree. Did I get that right, Councilmember Armato?
That's correct.
Okay.
I think just a couple statements to be made, and then I think we can move for a vote. But it's my experience in our region that we look at housing differently than our region looks at housing. Mayor Boyles, you mentioned the South Bay Board of Realtors, and I've found myself in a conversation as a member of the South Bay Board of Realtors, but in a conversation with their board, and they look at housing and development far different than we do here in town. One of the items that we've had a discussion about in our strategic plan is the preservation of the R1 zone. We've dot voted that it's like we're going to do what we can to try to preserve the R1 zone, despite the fact that we need to add housing. And typically in the region, that is not a concern at all. They're just like, no, we need more housing. Let's put more housing. So I just want to make sure that the city of El Segundo and the residents here understand that, our goals are not changing. If we were to join in this trust, it's just a matter of trying to get these state dollars that come from our tax dollars and these federal dollars that come from our tax dollars potentially to be reinvested here in the greater South Bay area. The pessimist in me is also thinking, though, that at the end of the day, Mr. Boyles, I know you're on the board there, or the chair, and that's awesome, but El Segundo is pretty small in resident numbers in comparison to the greater South Bay, and so many times we are the bottom of that pecking list. And
actually, I don't know if I agree with you there, Scott. Through the COG, we got Park Place funded, $5 million design study as one of the smallest cities in the Council of Government. So it's not just population numbers. And the other thing I would say there is, by the way, I only have 9 more days as COG chair. And then we can look to someone like Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel as a Transportation Committee chair to fill my shoes in a year or two or whatever. But I think there's already a first vice chair and second vice chair. I know there is identified. But no, in all seriousness, the South Bay, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you there. I think that you're right when it comes to the South Bay Association of Realtors. Certainly trust you. That's your profession. Their perspective, I can tell you that the Hill, the Peninsula, Torrance, Manhattan, Hermosa, a lot of our colleagues in the COG, a lot of the members, they want to protect their single-family neighborhoods also, the R1. And we've had a lot of discussions about that. So I do believe we're actually fairly aligned. Not that that really matters, because we're talking about individual housing projects within the city that, based on their merit and whatever rubric we come up with, will dictate whether or not they actually get the funds, and which would be a loan. And so, but I think we're more aligned than you probably think.
Thank you for that narrative.
And then if we decide to join this, what's our commitment to it? Is it something we look at annually? Is it a lifetime membership? What is the process of reevaluating our commitment to this fund?
I actually don't know if that level of detail has been identified yet. And I do attend the monthly South Bay City Manager meetings where this is pretty much on the agenda regularly with updates, but that level of detail in terms of the total time commitment has not been discussed.
Yeah, I think the bylaws are as yet to be settled.
Right.
And I think if we supported this and it won state approval, then conceivably we would have a voice in shaping those and what that joint power looked like.
Right.
I think many of us are skeptical of joint power authorities because no one knows who they are and their salaries tend to grow. But I think that's something that we would look at down the road.
So if voting today, is this that showing interest?
Yeah,
So it's three items.
Right.
Yep, yeah. One is, do we want to support it as it goes before the state? And the second would enable Mayor Boyles to sign a letter broadly in support of the Senate bill that Senator Allen has put forward. And the third would be the city council would direct the staff to look into this with no commitment.
Right.
So it's the one penny and you get 10 albums and then you're committed for 3 years. All right, do we have a motion to approve item 18?
Nichols, so moved.
Boyle, second.
Madam Clerk? This is all three.
This is the multiple choice. This is
To receive and file,
E, all the
authorize, and provide direction to, well, I guess the only thing we have to approve is the letter.
Yes.
So, yeah, so.
It's verifying. All right, Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councilmember Armato and David. Very nice to see you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will go back in time to the public hearing on item 9.
10.
Item 10. That's right, hidden under little c, public hearing. So we'll now open the public hearing for adoption of the fiscal year 2022-2023 master fee schedule. City Manager, who will present on this item?
Yes, our Chief Financial Officer will present, Dino actually will present the first piece of this item.
So good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I know we have a presentation. If you could just give me 1 second to get that set up here. Joe's got it. Okay, so this public hearing is a continuation from the June 7th City Council meeting. And at that time, Council directed ad hoc committee of Council members Nichol and Perstuck to review some of the recreation and other fees. They met with Chief Financial Officer Joe Lilio, and they made some determinations on the fees. So they determined, let's leave all residence-based fees for recreation and parks unchanged and make nominal fee increases for non-residents. Continue to subsidize community-based fees to encourage compliance, implement nominal increase rather than 100% cost recovery, which could possibly discourage community participation in compliance. The next screen would have some of those fees on there. So you can see the first column with amount shows the current fee, and then the proposed fee at 100% recovery. And these are the ones in order to encourage compliance. Staff recommends significantly, well, not say significantly, but a slightly more subsidized fee. So they just made a smaller increase than what was originally recommended at 100% cost recovery. Good, oh, good, yeah.
The one question, we had talked about the amplified sound,
Mhm.
and I think in the last year, there was only 4 permits pulled or something like that, some nominal number.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure raising the fee by 21%, or the 21%, the $190 is gonna do much, because now the 4 people that pulled permits just won't pull permits, because no, I mean, obviously, the rest of the people aren't pulling permits.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think there's a corollary that goes with that, that I think sometimes people don't know what they need to pull permits for, or what these things are. You know, one of these is the public animal, non-resident public animal fee. I mean, it's expensive too. I mean, it's a real fee. It's
Very
$3,000 for a
expensive, yes.
non-resident public animal, and to bring in an elephant? Well, I make light of it, but we spend time on this, and we want to incent residents to comply, but neither they nor we know what we are complying with on some of these.
Mm-hmm.
So that may be, and that's probably not a discussion for this, but a discussion for how we handle permits to explain, you know, who needs an amplified sound permit. I don't think there's probably a lot of agreement on that, slightly more so than the non-resident public animal, but.
Yeah,
Okay.
I guess what, it's a little bit frustrating, and, you know, we talk about it, and we kind of bring this up, and then we talk about it again, and then it's still up there and with an increase, so I'm just,
It's just a staff recommendation though, Carol.
I know,
So you
okay.
could say,
All right,
that
so-
you're fine with everything except you want to keep amplified sound permit at 161 instead of 190.
Okay.
Right, I mean, I think, I will say this. From our last meeting, right, because we beat you guys up a little bit. You know, I thought I was nice, but maybe I came across as not being nice.
You came
but
across very nice.
Pulling these, 8 items out and highlighting them for us, maybe it's not the large animal one, but it's the ones that actually maybe apply the most to our life and our residents' lives and the things that we might hear about. So I think staff's doing a nice job putting that together while also saying, hey guys, we're still a city that has to recover costs, and so, hey, let's try to bring some of these fees up a little bit. Block party going from 25 to 30, I do not think that's gonna stop anybody from pulling that permit, right? I think there's a pragmatic approach to that, it makes total sense. The short-term rental thing, going from 214 to 250, I think the few that actually comply with the short-term rental, pilot program and everything that we're doing will continue to comply with that. From the questions that I've asked, those that comply. But overall, I think they've done a fairly good job, but I'll kick it back to you, Carol, to say if you think that some of those things should go back, or if you have a different recommendation, go right ahead. But I just want to say thanks to staff for just really trying to consolidate, because what are we looking at? 1,213 pages of staff report, you know? And it's 1,300, sorry, this PDF is wrong. But, just this master fee schedule alone is like 800 pages, right? So, yes, any board, you put 800 pages in front of any board and you make them go through line by line, and they're gonna forget what they read on the first page by the time they get to the 10th, right? So, thank you guys, I really appreciate that.
Okay, so thank you. I recommend we don't raise the not sufficient funds first and second. And the reason why I say that is because obviously when people are bouncing checks, they're hurting. And I just don't want to capitalize upon that hurt. So I would prefer to leave it at existing. And I would prefer to leave the amplified sound, maybe you know, it's fine. I just feel like we're either change the practice where we notifying people that they have to do it, because right now you're hurting the people that are complying, right? So the 4 people that comply, the Ed Foundation being one of them, you know, we're being penalized, where everyone else is just moving along, not doing it. So I just either change the practice or stop penalizing the people that are actually following the rules.
Our code compliance neighborhood preservation person will be there, though, in the budget item coming up. So.
And if I can just add just a little bit of context, so while, you know, there's a staff recommendation column there, it's ultimately up to the policymakers what decision they want to make. But we do want the policymakers to be aware of what the subsidy is. And so someone is covering that, and that's either going to be, you know, your general taxes, or for the NSF, a lot of those do come through the water, wastewater fund. So then it's going to be the ratepayers that will be subsidizing those bounce checks.
So that's a good point, because people are paying for it regardless. So how do we ensure that we communicate out effectively to everybody that these fees have to be paid, so that the ratepayers aren't having to pay for everybody else?
Look, can we back up to the table? Can you put the table back up, please? I don't see it displayed anymore. I mean, yeah, how is it, we're talking about NSF specifically, to Councilmember Pershtek's point, how is it that it costs us internally $130 on a second check for cost recovery? What's different about a second check versus a first check? And is there maybe an opportunity there for us to automate some of our processes? That just seems like banks now, I think, are only allowed to charge $10 or $25 for an NSF fee. I think that was regulated, but I don't understand why it costs us so much internally. That would be my first question. Then while I'm speaking, so I don't have to keep coming back up, is that, Joe, can you give us a sense of frequency? Like, I'm guessing short-term rentals, that could be significant in the future when we get through a pilot. Some of these other ones, like amplified sound permit, is it 10 a year? Banger hanging, is it 20 a year? Like, just a general sense of block parties outside of 4th of July. Do we get 8 additional a year? Just general sense of frequency for these?
I don't know the frequency, the exact numbers, Mayor, but I know it is not that.
Are we talking about like $4,000 collectively here through these subsidies, or are we talking about like 50,000?
No, yeah, the total fees are nominal, probably less than $10,000.
Okay,
short-term rentals.
Yeah,
I know on the short-term rentals, I was having a conversation with Director Michael Allen. He said there's quite a bit of non-compliance, so there's a lot out there that can be collected, but there's unfortunately, a lot of non-compliance.
But we pay a service to serve that compliance.
Yeah, we do. We work with Granicus, and we're also working with Airbnb.
No, we don't. We have we allocated money for some web scraping service that monitors.
To tell us who wasn't being compliant.
To tell us who's not being compliant.
We still have to go out and.
Right, I believe that's the Granicus application that we use.
We still have to send code
Do we
compliance
need
out.
to incent the Granicus to tell us more?
So I think eventually we'll get to a higher level of compliance, and I don't know if Mr. Allen's here or not. He can talk to that, but initially during the first year of the program, there has not been a heavy amount of compliance out there.
I think we have probably close to 25 people right now. As a matter of fact, we got an application in today, and he said he can't list on Airbnb until we give him his short-term rental permit number. So we've been working, or I should say Eduardo, the planning manager, has been working with Airbnb to try and limit so that only people that have permits that are listed in El Segundo are listed on the website.
And are you trying to do that as an annual, so that every year? So once they get the permit number,
Oh, right, no, there will be an annual renewal. If the pilot program becomes a regular program and continues, there will be an annual renewal. And if for some reason they don't renew, they choose not to for whatever reason, it will be providing Airbnb with a list of the valid permits.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll just say this. I'm okay, just so I can shut up. I just want to make my point known that I'm okay with all of the subsidies, with the exception of short-term rentals should not be subsidized. These are people that are generating income from their property. And I also do not believe that the appeal to the city council, which probably has happened, I can't remember the last time it's happened in the 6 years that I've been on council. I also do not think that that should be subsidized. I'm okay with all the other subsidies. Thank you.
And Mayor, just you asked about the NSF check. Why is the first one less than the second one? The first one's subsidized, and then the second one and beyond is not subsidized. So we're giving that first. It's almost like a warning. It's being subsidized. The full cost recovery would be at the 130, even with check number one.
Thank you.
Councilman Drew. Drew, I just want to say, are you stating that you think that the short-term rental piece should be 100% cost recovery? I just want to make sure I understood what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that, by the way. I'm on the same boat with that. That's all I got. The rest of it, I don't see a problem with.
So just, can we go down, we have to go down line by line because we have to make, so short-term rental, I'm in agreement, don't subsidize that.
I have before we clear the table, a question on, and this is another sort of process piece. I know we get rid of some of these fees when they are made redundant by being included under the text of the law with a different fee. Are there ever ones that we administratively get rid of?
Yes, yeah, we have in the past, and what we do when we meet with each of the departments, there's some fees that maybe there's only one applicant per year, or maybe it's one applicant per every 2 to 3 years per decade.
Per generation.
And and I think one of them was the bingo that came up earlier today in the discussion, the bingo permits. It's been probably almost 10 years since the last one's pulled, but.
What are we doing with our bingo compliance officer? Is he?
It's on the books in the event that there is some organization that does want to pull a bingo permit.
Should the bingo break out? Well, there's some of those that I think we would benefit from. Usually less governance is better effective governance. So if there's things in there that you do see, don't be bashful in stripping those out. So now, if there's no further comments, should we just go line by line for consensus on these? Is there consensus to keep short-term rental at 100% cost recovery?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think so. Revision film writer, do we like the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, looks like consensus there. Insufficient funds, do we want to keep as is? Do we want staff recommendation or 100% cost recovery?
I'm for as is.
I'm at 100% cost recovery.
Councilmember Dickel?
I'm just going to mess it all up and say staff recommendation.
Mayor Boyles, do you have an opinion on the insufficient funds?
The NSF?
Yes.
Whatever I see here in the table, the 55 and 110.
Staff recommendation, so 2 for staff recommendation. I'll go with staff recommendation, although I agree with Carol in principle on that, but I think that's worth improvement. Okay, amplified sound permit. Do we have an opinion on that?
I'm fine with the recommendation.
Me too.
I'm fine with the recommendation based upon the pretense that, yes, it is, Carol, to your point, the rule followers that are going to pay the extra $29, but, it's $29 bucks. We can do it. I understand your principle.
In the whole year, there's been 4 permits pulled.
It's the Ed Foundation Pivotal Family Memorial Amplified Sound Permit.
Yeah.
Banner hanging.
Staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation carries.
Yeah.
Block party permit, staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation.
All right. Appeal to the city council.
Full cost recovery.
Why subsidy that? Hasn't happened in 6 years.
But this is another one where I think we would benefit from having a definition. Most people watching at home don't know who's appealing to the city council. right? And this is a permit
I
application.
think this comes up if something doesn't pass like the planning commission and somebody
yeah.
says, okay,
Right.
well, I want to go past the commission and go straight to the board. And I just think it sets the wrong message where it's like, yeah, we're going to 75% subsidize the cost of you skipping the line or jumping over a board. I mean, I just think that it screams corruption. Like, yep, nope, I'm going to go past that board and I'm going to go straight to the city council where I've bought my votes and it's good to go.
Joe, that staff recommendation, was that based upon it just seeming like an onerous increase, or was there any input from the subcommittee?
It was, yeah, just the dollar amount, 5,845. I was anticipating that council would have some heartburn about it, but
I mean, there could be somebody redoing their house, right, and has the planning commission. No?
No, planning commission doesn't touch that at all.
Okay.
Yeah. They could say no to say like a townhouse development or something, or a lot line adjustment, or a variance on the parking spot width in a townhouse complex, and say no, we're not going to approve it because we think parking's a problem. And then that developer could say, well, okay, I want to take it straight to council. And they could, but if they want to do that, then they should pay. I mean, even what it should be is 50% subsidized. It's not even 100% cost recovery, right?
That is correct. We were thinking of phasing this in because if you went right to 100%, you would go from 29.52. Yeah. So I'm assuming council chose to subsidize this in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a high subsidy. Full cost recovery would be $11,690.
I'm fine with the 50% subsidy. Agreed.
Agreed.
Me too.
In our big book of these fees, I mean, these things they really could stand some definition. All right. Okay. Continue.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so there are some exhibits towards the end of the package where we went through the building and development fees, and they changed a lot. There was just a lot of various changes. Some went up by 100%, some have only gone up by 20%. Those we didn't sort out because of the way they're presented in the table. It was just cleaner to show you what percent each item was changing. Then if you wanted to look at one in particular, you could see that. Later on, we will have the schedule or Exhibit E, which just shows items that increased over 30%, and those we were able to sort out, and there's 47 items that are presented there.
Yeah, most of these are, I don't want to say nominal dollar increases, but anywhere from $10 to $30, $40. So there's a handful that might be a little bit more than that.
But just some of them that stand out, I mean, I circled some of it, and obviously I beat these up all the time, but tent permit? I mean,
that's
going right after Ed again?
Fire department, I believe it's a fire department.
Yeah, it's a fire department piece, but some of those are there's the animal permit resident, not the animal permit appeal. I mean, I get it, but hey, I'm Portuguese. I know that about having a goat in the backyard, but resident. But on those, are there anything that we should be leery of? That those things, are people routinely pulling these permits that have gone up that much?
So I have a question on the tent permit. So usually that's for festivals, right, or events, the tent permit?
I'm not
generally
sure.
It's when there's a festival or event.
I thought so, but I don't know.
So I've just, one of the things and I brought this up before, is on the tent permitting, we want to encourage events and we want to encourage activities within our town, yet we're making it very challenging and difficult for people to host those events because we're costing it out, like we're making it very costly. So, I have an issue with the tent permit going up so much. Because a lot of times it's just, especially if it's a smaller tent, like a 10 by 10.
Yeah, and I think, do you know if you know that we broke it down into size of the tent, their portable But I just wanted to speak to, so the reason it needs to be inspected by the fire marshal, and I spoke to the fire marshal about, you know, the flammability of it. There also is an occupancy load that we have to consider, even though it's just a temporary structure, you know, if we have 50, 100 people in there. And then how it's secured and fire extinguisher, it's a safety, it's a safety thing. So, and the fees were based on the size. So if it is just a 10 by 10, if it's just an easy up, then that's not a charge.
And is the daycare permitting, do we know why that changed? Because that's a significant, family daycares go from paying $400 a year to $3,300.
Yeah, actually, daycare permitting should probably just be taken out. The state in 2019 passed legislation that prohibited local agencies from regulating and issuing licenses for daycare facilities. So we should probably just strike that out.
So we can
What's their view on
that one.
What's their view on fortune tellers?
They haven't struck that yet.
Soon.
I will say I did see a bingo house in Waco, Texas 2 weeks ago.
I hope they inspected
I thought
it.
about you.
I hope they inspected that den of iniquity. All right, are there any questions, or are we ready to move ahead on the fee schedule?
Just to add clarification from Chief Lee, it says review and inspection of a temporary tent over 400 square feet, which is required under the California Fire Code.
Very well. Any further questions? All right, now I guess we didn't go through the admonition of it's a time and place here to fix for the public hearing. Did we do that? No, it's a continued item. All right, well, we need to move approval of these, right? Adopt a resolution approving the city's master fee schedule. Do I have to close the public hearing first?
I just have one question, and I know that a lot of the fees for the fire equate to about $1 million. And, you know, some of them, are we treating small businesses the same as a large business? So like the fire protection testing, that's per system, $380. Annual fire permit. I just want to make sure that we're not, you know, if we have, L'Oreal, or Beyond Meat, a big company, and then you have a small little business. Are we treating them are we charging them the same fees?
It depends what we're doing, but permits are going to be a flat fee, and then the inspection fees are based on inspection time.
Okay.
We change so that if it's just a small business, like it'll be the time to look for extension cords and, and then.
I like, we're supposed to be the business-friendly city, and I just want to make sure we're not making it harder for small businesses to succeed here, small restaurants, and I want to make sure if we approve these fees and we do get some, aha moments like, wow, that's kind of expensive for a small business compared to a large business, that we bring it back to us quickly to adjust, and we just don't pretend like, not pay attention to it. Because I want to make sure that we're not treating, that we're fair.
Yeah, absolutely. If we hear any feedback from the community, we'll make note of that and bring it to council. But most of that $1 million increase that you referenced for fire is related to Coupa fees, which I believe is not applicable to the smaller business. That really comes from the larger businesses in town.
And the other one is we are not changing not charging residents for ambulance fee, right? That's still.
We didn't touch that.
Still, okay, that's what I'm sure.
But Carol, to that end, we send out a bill, and if they can send it to their insurance, and their insurance covers whatever they cover, if there's any delta there, then the residents do not get charged, but we still would like the residents to submit the bill to their insurance so that we can recover some of the costs of that ambulance transfer. Correct, Chief?
That is correct. We send to all the patients that we transport, and then the residents, their insurance will be charged. We're averaging about $100,000 a year that the city ends up covering for the residents.
Thank you. I just want to make sure, because in the past, people had gotten upset, like, I thought it was free, why am I getting a bill? So,
All right, city attorney, who will read the resolution by title only? Will that be you?
Mayor Pro Tem, you can proceed and read.
Yeah. No, you read it by title only. I will, but
I just want to make sure that any motion include the discrete changes that were identified.
there we go. As amended works for me. City attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is for the adoption of a resolution of the City of El Segundo establishing a schedule of fees and charges for recovering costs incurred from providing various city services.
As amended. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
Giroux,
So moved.
No, I'll second it then.
Madam Clerk?
Just a voice from above.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
aye.
Councilmember Persack.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you guys are 5-0 as amended.
All right, do we need to open the public hearing for the approval of the proposed budget?
So number 11, you should have that. I gave it to you.
Only, yes.
I'm drowning in the mayor's paperwork over here.
I have another one if you need it.
All right, now is the time and place hereto fixed for a public hearing. Adopting a resolution to approve the citywide operating budget with the capital improvement program budget and GAN appropriations limit. Was proper notice given in a timely manner, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Has any written communication been received regarding the public hearing?
Not at this time.
The public hearing is now open. Mr. George, who will make the presentation?
Yes, our Chief Financial Officer will make the presentation, and while he's getting prepared, if I could just kind of open things up and say that on behalf of your staff, we are pleased to present the fiscal year 2022-23 citywide operating budget and capital improvement program budget. The total budget appropriations for all funds this fiscal year will equal roughly $158 million. And the general fund appropriation is approximately $85 million. This budget this evening is as a result of two budget workshops that we have amongst the number of other city meetings that we've had, but the two workshops that took place on May 3rd and May 17th. And if I could just highlight briefly some of the key changes that were made. Primarily, the Community Services Department will now be, as reflected in this budget, is Recreation, Parks, and Library. And the Development Services Department has been changed to the Community Development Department. So those two department names will be reflected in this 22-23 budget. In addition to the department name changes, we have a few new staff positions that were discussed at length at the two budget workshops, and those are the receptionist concierge position that will sit at our newly designed and developed entry to City Hall. The person will direct people where to go in City Hall, act as a gateway into the city, as a greeter, and as I said, direct visitors to the appropriate departments in City Hall. In addition, the council requested that we add an additional code enforcement position, which you'll see was added to the new community development department, where we will significantly beef up code enforcement within the city, and primarily on weekends now, which we have lacked in the past. I want to thank Joe in particular and all the other department heads and staff for all their hard work in preparing this budget. Pretty significant budget, a lot of exciting elements that we'll be bringing to the city and the residents this coming year. Certainly adding to the wonderful quality of life that everyone has here in El Segundo. And want to thank the mayor and council for all your efforts and input and direction into the many line items and policy directions that are reflected in this budget. So with that, I will turn it over to Joe.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. So it's a real quick outline. Purpose of this meeting, obviously, is to conduct a public hearing in order to adopt the fiscal year 2022-23 citywide budget. I'm going to go over the general fund, revenues, appropriations, special revenue funds, debt service funds, which our pension obligation bonds are in there now, enterprise funds, and the capital improvement program. Touch on pensions, other post-employment benefits, future challenges, future opportunities, and then recommendations. So for the strategic plan update, we did have an April 12th strategic planning study session with City Council. City Council developed a revised 4-year strategic plan. So this is going to go from fiscal year 2022-23 through 2025-26. The proposed budget before you does include initiatives that are in the new strategic plan and adheres to the city's strategic plan. City Manager's Office will be bringing back the revised complete strategic plan to City Council, I believe, in the next council meeting.
Yes, the council meeting in August. That'll be a standalone discussion of the entire strategic plan.
So this is the citywide budget, all funds. Total, again, at the very bottom right, is $157.8 million. Of that, general fund on top represents the highest amount, about 54%, or $85.8 million. And then the enterprise funds represent about $37.9 million, or about 24% of the total citywide budget. And I'm going to dive into this details in the funds here, subsequent slides. So moving on to the general fund, this is our revenues, proposed revenues. So the adopted budget, the revenues for last year, 21-22, were about $74.8 million. For 22-23, they're coming in anticipated at $81.7 million. And just some of the larger increases or changes there, I'll touch on that real quick. Sales tax up by $700,000. That has to do with Topgolf coming online and the sales tax component there. So not the lease agreement, the actual sales tax. And then higher fuel prices. Property tax is down, and that's due to, I mentioned this in the mid-year presentation to council. There were some large corporations that filed for Proposition 8 assessment appeals, and they were successful in getting their properties reassessed, and that led to a lower overall assessment for the city, resulting in lower property tax for 22-23. Transit occupancy tax. So that's still recovering, coming back from COVID. At the peak of COVID, we were at about $5 million in, I believe it was 2021. Extremely low. Our occupancy dropped down to 15% in some of the hotels. Obviously, that's very dire. We're back up to about 75% occupancy right now. So I get monthly reports, and it's been consistent month over month for about the last 9 to 10 months. 75% occupancy is where we're at. Pre-pandemic, we were about 90%. So we're still down on the occupancy, and that's pre-pandemic. We were about 15 million a year, and again next year we're anticipating about 11 million or so. Still down about 4 million from the peak, and I'm sure as you're all aware, El Segundo hotels, they cater more to the business traveler than the leisure traveler. And many businesses have changed their business model to online Zoom meetings and such. But we are seeing some of that business travel come back. Line item number 6, utility user tax. That's almost a $1 million increase. That has nothing to do with an increase in actual usage of utilities. That's actually an increase in the commodity prices, which is a component of the UUT. So that's contributed 100% to increase in commodity prices. Another big line item number 13, interest and rentals. You can see that's up a little over 2.1 million. 1.9 million is due to the Topgolf lease agreement. And then the difference is increase in interest income. Interest rates are starting to tick up. So again, overall revenue expected for next year, 81.7 million, or an increase of 6.9 million compared to last year's anticipated.
I just have one question, Joe. Is in the license and permits, no, the interest and rentals, will that include, does that calculation for 2022 and 2023 include the revenue from the alcohol sales as well? Or just the?
So per that agreement, there was a guaranteed 200,000 per year.
So it's just the 200,000?
Yeah, 200,000 is built in there.
So there could be some.
It could be higher.
That will go up then. Is that where you would put that money?
Under that category,
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
What?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chief, I think did you have a radio on? Because we're hearing the fire radio through the podium here.
Are you guys hear that too?
Yes, I'm hearing voices.
That's why I was looking at you like, what is that sound coming from over there?
Is he a cop? Thanks, Chief. We'll do something about it.
So that's good, then that number will go up.
I hope so, and from what we're hearing, they are having packed crowds there, and their sales are doing well.
Apparently, alcohol sales are not the problem.
Yeah. Well, and I think, Daryl, you mentioned that how many people pass through their doors?
Yeah, we in our meeting last week, they said in the first 2 months, roughly 100,000 people have come through the doors. So that's a big, I think right now they're already number 2 behind Las Vegas in terms of, folks coming in.
So yes, that absolutely could be greater than the 200,000 that we have in that line item. Any other questions on the revenues? Okay. This is just a pie graph of those revenues. And then the top 6 general fund revenues. I do want to point out the transit occupancy tax. So if we go back to 17, 18, it's that purple line on the very top. You can see how it just dipped significantly down, going from the top revenue down to number 5 in 2021. So a healthy pickup, and now it's kind of flattening off again. I mentioned that 75% occupancy rate. But transit occupancy tax, our number 1 revenue source for next year is going to be the sales and use tax. Number 2 is going to be anticipated to be the business license tax. And 3, the transit occupancy tax, and then followed by property tax. So proposed appropriations. Appropriations are coming in at $85.3 million, and about 3.6 million of that is for CIP, which we'll get into in a subsequent slide. So if you extrapolate that out, there is a balanced budget. And then council did give me direction on the last budget study session to include what we had proposed in the CIP. I think it's in the back of your packet to move that forward, and I can go over those line items. So 3.6 million is included on that third line item, just called transfers out. Police Department having the largest budget, $23.4 million, a change of $942,000 from the previous year. And that's really related to, in 2021, we had 3 frozen officers, a frozen sergeant, a frozen lieutenant. So those now have all become unfrozen, and now we're applying a 5% vacancy rate to the police department. And there's been some significant contractual increases as well. So we have the Hawthorne Jail contract, the RCC contract, and various other contracts that police have in order to operate. So those contractual costs have increased as well. So that's what has led to the $942,000. Police department, I won't go over every line item, just the top ones here. Fire department, a decrease of just under $220,000. So we did include Chief Lee's $1 million budgetary cut, which I have a slide on this, so we can talk about that again. Even with that, there have been increases to salaries. There's step increases, contractual increases as well. Just like fire, just like police, fire does have contractual services, and there's increased costs there. And then unfreezing some of the positions that they had previously frozen in 21-22. So that's why you're not seeing $1 million reduction. It's that $1 million reduction plus some of those inflationary costs. So without the $1 million reduction, that would have been about $780,000 increase. Okay, any questions?
On the Information Technology Department, the 23% increase, are we
Yes.
expanding that department, or is that just, is that consultants to help us implement some of our systems?
So there is one position, 2 positions that were frozen in 21-22 that were unfreezing in 22-23, but again, applying a 5% vacancy rate, so 5% vacancy rates applied across the board with the exception of the small departments like HR and city clerk. But we've also, we started this practice last year, moving all the software maintenance costs into IT, and there were several more software products, licensing, maintenance of software that were still left in other departments, and we moved it, consolidated it into IT. So we're trying to capture all the IT-related costs within IT.
So that's a policy change, like a
Yes.
change, okay.
Right. That way it's not, I don't want to use the term buried, but that way it's not spread out through all the departments. We know exactly, we can go to IT's budget, and here's what we're spending on software, licensing, maintenance. Transfers out, again, about 3.6 is for capital projects that will be transferred out to the capital project fund. $9.8 million for our pension obligation bond payment. So that's the bulk of what makes that up. Do you have any questions on any of the other ones?
If we're consolidating all the costs under IT, then shouldn't we see the other departments go down?
Well, you're seeing some of the departments did go up, but they're not increasing as much as they would.
Okay. Yep. I was being sarcastic.
Yeah.
I got a question on IT also, Mr. Lilio.
Yes.
Remind me, I was just scrolling through, I couldn't remember the head count. Did IT go through a bottoms-up build or a zero-based budgeting type exercise for their department as well? I know they just went through a leadership change.
So we did that for their O&M line items, yes.
Okay. It just feels, and I don't have the data to really dig into this, and I'm sure you have, but it just feels like that department is pretty richly budgeted at $3.7 million relative to where finance is at 2.5 and HR at 1.5. So I don't know that it needs to be solved now, but it feels like a very heavy budget for a city that, I don't know how significant our IT requirements are actually, outside of the broadband program that we're attempting to roll out here in the near future with the South Bay Fiber Ring. But I guess I have the same concerns Carol expressed earlier. So of that IT department budget, just so I'm understanding correctly, that 3.7, how much of that is any of that software capital expenditures? Probably not, right?
No, so there's 1.5 for personnel costs, that's salaries, benefits. And then the remaining 2.2 is for O&M, but see the largest line item there's going to be, we have software maintenance at just over a little, more than a little over $1 million.
That's with Tyler right now, just to maintain that platform, or
Oh, no,
is that just multiple?
there's multiple software. So it's Microsoft, there's several, the Park and Rec software platform.
Okay, so there's $1 million of software, basically software as a service built into the budget.
That's correct.
Got it, thank you. That helps, appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions on this slide? You know, one other thing, I'm sorry, I do want to point out, particularly with the fire department, their equipment replacement line item was almost at zero last year. This year it's at 300,000. So that also is a heavy contributor to why the fire department's increasing. And then all the other departments, their equipment replacement funding was only at 50% for 21-22, and that's coming back up to 100% for 22-23. Okay, again, this is a pie graph of our total personnel costs. For personnel, salaries make up about 58% of it, about 35.5 million. And then pension payments, so between the pension obligation bonds, which was previously our UAL, or unfunded accrued liability. So between that and the normal cost, which is retirement CalPERS, that makes up almost $16 million, or about 24.5% of total personnel costs. And then group insurance at 6.6 million, just under 11%. And let me just go back. So without issuing those POBs, that 9.8 million for 22-23 would have been about $13 million. So significant savings. So balancing the proposed 22-23 budget, again, much easier than the prior years. So we do have a one-time use of the pension trust fund, which council approved earlier tonight on consent to use $1 million from that trust fund to pay what's the last piece of our unfunded liability with CalPERS. Utilizing a 5% vacancy rate across the board saves about $2.4 million in general fund salary and benefit costs. And that's equivalent to about 14 vacant FTEs. And again, we've been running a much higher vacancy rate than that, around 10% or so. Reduction to the fire department budget. So this was presented by Chief Lee on the second budget study session on May 17th. So browning out Engine 32 for 6 months, browning out a captain position on all 3 shifts for 6 months, freezing 1 captain position for 6 months, and freezing the emergency management coordinator for the entire year. So in totality, that saves about $1 million from the fire department budget. Proposed general fund reserve strategy. So council did reaffirm the 20% reserve for 22-23. That is equivalent to about $17 million. And again, with that policy of incrementally getting to 25% over the next several years, but each year I'll bring before council what the policy decision is. So again, for 22-23, it is 20%. That was direct from council. And based on revenues and proposed appropriations for 22-23, staff projects the ending fund balance on June 30, 2023 to be about $20.7 million. That is about a 24% reserve. So any time during the year, council will have the ability to pull out money from that unassigned fund balance and use it for purposes, and that's one-time funds. Economic uncertainty reserve, we're currently at 1.9, proposing to go to 2 million, so it's a $100,000 transfer out from the general fund into the economic uncertainty fund, and that will meet council's policy of having it at $2 million. Other city reserves, OPEB trust, $30 million is where we're at right now. That was at 32. Due to market conditions, there has been about $2 million lost in that trust fund. But we are not pulling any funds out. We're not anticipated pulling funds out to about 2030, 2031. So we're in this for the long haul. The pension trust is at $5 million, and then our PARS retirement enhancement plan at $1.4 million. So I'll go real high level. The other funds, so special revenue funds, we have they're totaling $8.2 million in 22-23. Transportation appropriations, just under $5 million. Public safety special revenue appropriations, $1.2 million. So the big one there is asset forfeiture. Other special revenue fund appropriations at $1.6. Affordable housing fund, $200,000, and the cultural development fund, $326,000. And here's the details on the cultural development fund, which the ACC came before council in April, presented this, and it was also presented again at the budget study session in May, so nothing has changed from that. Debt service funds, we have two of them. One is for the Douglas Street gap closure. That's $545,000. And then our pension obligation bonds, which were issued last June, again, $9.8 million for that. Water fund revenues estimated $36.7 million. Proposed operating budget $27.5 million. Most of that is the purchase of water from the water district. And then proposed capital projects of $3.9 million. And again, that's for the wastewater. But when I get to the wastewater fund, the lifeguard tower, that was pulled out. The plumbing or the sewer connect that, so we're still going to retain the septic tank within the lifeguard tower. Water rates, so this is a council approved Prop 218 process over a year ago. First year it was 0, second year, which was this past January, 3% increase. And then every January thereafter for the next 3 years, a proposed 3% increase. Again, we can bring that before council sometime in late fall, early winter to see if that's something that's still required to do so. But this has been approved, so we wouldn't have to approve it again, but just go before council to justify that the 3% is still required and necessary. Wastewater fund, estimated revenues $5.3 million. Proposed operating budget $5.7 million, and again, a good chunk of that is for Hyperion. Proposed capital $0.8 million. Here's the lifeguard tower. I told you that has been removed. That has been sitting there year over year for several years. Again, the wastewater rates. Again, we have another 3 years of increases there as well. Top Golf and the Golf Fund. So we did touch on Top Golf earlier. Guaranteed $1.9 million, the bottom there, per year, with really the only variable one would be that fourth bullet point where it says recurring 3% of beverage fee. So that, obviously based on their volume, could be above that guaranteed $200,000 per year, but that's what we have in the budget. Internal service funds, so the equipment replacement fund, estimated revenues 1.5, proposed budget at 1.4 million. General liability, estimated revenues about 3 million, a proposed budget of 3.6. That includes purchasing of our insurance, plus any claims against the city. And I believe about 2 million of that is reserved for claims. And that is charged back to several departments. Workers' compensation, estimated revenue about 3.5, proposed budget of 3.3 million. About 2 million there is also reserved for workers' comp claims, and that is also charged back to all the departments. And it's a formula based on their role. So office staff has one rate, firefighters have one rate, police have one rate, crews out that work out in the streets have another rate. So it's all based on the rate and their volume of claims. Proposed CIP budget. So what's being proposed for 22-23 is 16.2 million in new projects and 6.4 million in carryovers for a total of $22.3 million. And let me just get to my CIP sheet. So of the 16.2 million in new projects, 3.6 is for the general fund. And I'll just touch on those real quick. So the HVAC for city, 750,000. HVAC in City Hall was installed in the mid-'80s, so it's about 40 years old. I believe that may cover for, is it police as well, 750, or is that just City Hall? Okay, so 750 is just City Hall. Plumbing citywide, 135,000. Electrical citywide, 6,300. Exterior lighting and miscellaneous facade citywide, 29,000. Library elevator, 185,000. City yard interior maintenance, 30,000. Plunge rehab reserve, 1.5 million. And the city did put $1 million in last year to that reserve. And the recreation park project reserve, $1 million, project to be determined. So that's going to go in a reserve for specifically for rec park projects, and staff will come to council throughout the year to identify what those specific projects are. So that totals 3.6 million, and there's 2.7 million in general fund carryover that council approved in previous years. Okay, any question on capital project? And that is on page 880 of 1213 in your packet.
I just have one question on the Parks and Recs, because I know we've been talking about, you know, what should we do? Do we do a full redesign, or do we, you know, fix existing buildings? And I really, and I know that we had the high school seniors come in and do some pitches, and they had some great ideas. How do we move this process forward? I feel like we're talking and nothing is, like, a plan hasn't been really set, and like we haven't really had a meeting to really hash it out and make a decision to move forward. So things just keep deteriorating over time, and I really want to make sure that we have a plan in place where by a certain date we've made a decision, we're moving forward, and I'm not sure $1 million is going to be enough enough money to cover, you know, even that design. Like, so I just, like, if we come out and say, hey, we're not going to do, we are going to do the multi-generational thing, but we're going to keep the Joslin Center, you know, we can move forward with getting that fixed. But I think $1 million isn't enough. And I really want us all lock down and say, let's have a comprehensive plan and a date and a timeline, because we keep talking about it, and it's driving me crazy.
You know, if I can just jump in here real quick. I was going to announce at the end that the rec park needs assessment study will be, we're preparing for a joint meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the council for August 31st. So I think we'll be able to cover a lot of that.
And you know, there is, again, that unassigned reserve is above our 20% reserve level. So anytime, you know, if it's after the assessment presentation, council wants to put more in that recreation park reserve, it's up to the policymakers.
And then the other part, you know, we had put some money into making sure our downtown was clean. the hanging baskets were done, our mediums were nice and replanted. How is, do we have, I didn't see anything about the downtown area as far as, do we have money in there to continue that process? Because I know the hanging baskets are pretty, pretty bad at the moment, so.
Continuing, maintaining what was done, or continuing adding new?
Maintaining what was done and, keeping power washing. Have we power washed the streets since we've, moved all of the mediums for the restaurants, I think?
So there is enough money that was added to the budget of Mr. Jones's department for the maintenance of the baskets in downtown. The staff is in process of purchasing those plants and refurbishing the baskets. So that's been taken care of. With respect to pressure washing of the sidewalks, this was to be only a one-time deal. We don't have any money in there, although if it is a pleasure of the city council, we could easily do that. It is not that expensive, and that could be implemented.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna do it once a quarter.
Yeah, I thought that was a quarterly appropriation last time.
Well, yeah, my understanding is that it was done only for the previous cycle of fiscal year. But if the pleasure of the city council is to do it again, we can easily do that. We can do that.
I think we should be doing it once a quarter. I mean, it represents us as a
Yes.
city, and especially given that we just took down all the mediums for the restaurants, the sidewalks are quite
Yeah.
messy, are quite dirty.
That's easily could be done.
Sooner than later.
So we should add a quarterly power washing
I think so.
element.
While we're on the subject, Mr. George just came up again, today I asked that question just in our one-on-one. I think, in addition, we talked about the memory stones, and I know that's not necessarily a city endeavor, that's a chamber-run event, but having said that, the stones look really bad. Many of them are so faded, they're not even discernible anymore.
Right.
And so I think we, in addition to doing the quarterly sidewalks, which I think either we have to do it or we have to hold our landlords accountable, because any of the public sidewalks in front of ice cream shops, bars, restaurants, or coffee shops generally look really bad lately. I totally concur with my colleagues. But with regards to the memory stone, I think we need to, it's not necessarily a budgetary item, but it's definitely related to what we're talking about. We should work with the chamber to figure out what we're going to do with all the stones that are faded and can't be read. And are there going to be others in the future? I mean, there's circles, there are holes identified along the sidewalk where future memory stones will go, but there are no memory stones. And it feels like the programs kind of cease to exist.
Yeah.
So if we're going to look at the sidewalks in downtown, I think the memory stones are another representation of us as a city. And you got people that have bought stones maybe in the 80s that you can't even read anymore.
Yeah.
And so what are we going to do about that collectively?
So perhaps a line item for regular downtown.
Sure, we could add that line item too. As Mayor pointed out, this is a process by which it's initiated from residents to Chamber of Commerce, and then it comes back to city. So I can spearhead the effort, work with the Chamber of Commerce to set up a policy and some funding, and see what we can do to start looking at those memory blocks and take care of them as necessary. We can do that. We can add that.
And
Sure.
then, since I may as well take care and address it now. So on the Main Street, if you walk down Main Street, the pavement is not consistent. Like, so at some point you're walking and you're on stamped pavement, then sometimes you're walking on straight concrete, then sometimes you're walking on like a stone thing. It's very inconsistent, and it doesn't lead to good aesthetics. what could we look at? I know this could be part of the downtown repurposing, but really looking at our pavements, especially our crosswalk areas, it just looks very hodgepodge. If you walk down, say, Manhattan Beach, down there to Main Streets, everything looks very aesthetically nice. Everything matches. Ours, it's like, depending on where you're walking, it could be, it looks very hodgepodge. So could we have a look at that and look at, you know?
Sure.
And then the last thing, very small item, but for the rec park, one of the things we talk about is the trashes, the trash cans. They don't have lids on them. Could we put? How would it cost more money to put trash with lids on them?
No, it wouldn't be
Do we have to put that in the budget?
expensive to, no, okay, sure.
I mean, just, yeah.
We could do that. Sure.
Okay, any other questions on the capital?
Well, I have one, Mayor Pro Tem, if I might. I don't know if it's capital, but we talked earlier, Joe, you thought it might be appropriate to include it here. For the last 2 years, the council has approved, by way of the strategic planning process, the notion of an incubator that would be seeded by the city with the goal of incubating new companies, early stage companies, and also going to and growing our economic base, making it even more powerful than it already is. We have had conversations with Dr. Patrick Soon-Chung, Richard Lundquist, our former supervisor Janice Hahn, Senator Ben Allen, and others who love the idea, support the idea. We just now need to set aside some funds. I'd rather not have a void there, or not have any funds set aside, I should say. We should set aside, I would recommend something like $100,000 as a placeholder to seed this incubator, and then have the funds available. And then once council can deliberate a plan and what that model will look like as a future council agenda item, at least we'll have the funds allocated for us. We don't have to go back and get approval at that point. And the other one was the notion of a dedicated business resource also to continue to grow our economic base, knowing that more than 98% of the city's general fund revenue comes from commercial activity directly or indirectly. And so just two thoughts. One is a placeholder for funds for the incubator, and then where might we fund a staff member for the economic development resource?
That's in there, right? That's in there after a 3-month study period from the manager's office?
Yes, City Manager.
Yes, we did discuss that during the budget workshop, and we did ask for a 3 to 6 month window to bring that back for a kind of more fuller discussion. And I think we were also referring to, you referred to that as the business ombudsman person. Is that the same as the economic development?
Yeah, that's
yes.
the same one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not use that
But
word.
the incubator, we did not.
Government word. It will not translate to the business community.
So the concept.
Yeah, that's it.
We talked about.
But what about the funds for the incubator? Where are those identified or not?
So, yes, Mayor, we can, if the council's direction is to put it, to fund that, then we would add that to the capital improvement program for fiscal year 22-23, and we would just call it incubator program reserve.
Okay, thank you. I would certainly like to see that happen.
Okay, I just got a little bit of a call on that, Drew. I would, yeah, I do like the idea of the incubator. My only reservation is earmarking funds when we haven't really thought through what the process is going to be yet. They're really, I don't mind funding it. I mind not having a plan before we fund it. So if we can put a timeline on that to discuss it and then place it, or are we concerned that we're going to spend the money and not have it at that time? But usually when we fund something with a plan.
Can I, Robert's Rules of Order, please?
Drew, that we're,
Mr. Mayor, I think we're having a council discussion. But yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think can we discuss among ourselves?
really
We
hard
can't,
to know
right?
yeah, go ahead.
You can only interrogate Joe at this point. We can't talk to each other yet. Continue, Joe.
So if we were to add that incubator program reserve, that would bring up the new projects funded for 22-23 for general fund to 3.7 million, And overall new projects for 22-23 to 16.3 million. 10-year forecast. So it's the same forecast that presented during the budget study session. So right now we do have, if we go to 22, fiscal year 22, reserves very healthy, and then over the years slowly dwindling down due to expenditures exceeding revenues. Again, this does not have, the revenues don't have any new revenue tax measures built in there. No new large economic development projects like Topgolf built in there, but Topgolf is built in there, but nothing new online.
Real quick, Joe, that is not the same slide that was originally in the packet, correct? Because the one I'm looking at is a little different.
Is that the same slide?
I got the line dipping below.
Yeah, the one in the packet's way bleaker.
Yeah.
Yes, the one in the packet says 2026.
Sorry.
2026, the line goes below.
So
and this one says
dips,
2028.
Yeah. That dips because of the capital. So the 3.6 million that we're pulling from reserves. So yes, you're right. So this doesn't have that in there.
Which one's?
So the one that you're looking at, which dips by 3.6 million in 23, is because we're pulling that out and utilizing it towards funding one-time capital. So that is the most current one. Yes, I apologize about that.
No worries.
Wrap up. So staffing. Again, we unfroze most of the frozen positions. So there was 23.5 frozen positions this year. Those are all unfrozen, and now we're applying this 5% vacancy rate, which is equivalent to 14 FTEs.
And just for clarification, I know you've done this, but with the unfrozen positions, we're not just going to bring them back. We're actually doing an assessment on what changes in how we run our business, how we run the business, how we run the city,
yes,
and system technology changes, and we're actually going to right-size the organizations.
That is correct. Now, I'll give you an example for finance. We do have a vacant position right now, and we're looking at revamping that to better fit the needs now with the refurbished one-stop shop business center, and maybe having a central cashier. That's one thing we're looking at. Centralize all the funds going to that central cashier. But yes, so where each department is looking at as the positions become vacant and what those needs are. Okay. Labor contracts. So there's several labor negotiations going on right now. Police and fire both have expired contracts. I believe they expired September 30th of 2021. We do have a couple of other labor contracts expiring this coming September 2022, and then there's several ones that go out further than that. Labor contract performance measures. So with the development of that new strategic plan, one of the things that we want to include in there is KPIs, key performance indicators, performance measurements. And during the planning session in April 12th for the strategic planning session, we did advise council that we would come back and do a deep dive into the KPIs and have management partners help us with that, since they also have helped other municipalities develop, meaningful KPIs. And so that is something that will, and it's budgeted for in 22-23. So we'll come back with definitely some key performance measurements that I know council has been asking for quite some time. Pensions, we've kind of talked about that quite a bit, but just reiterate with the pension obligation bond, we are saving a little over $80 million over 19 years, about $4 million this coming year. Other post-employment benefits, so for City of El Segundo, that's retiree health care. Last year, we got our OPEB trust fund to a point where it was funded enough where we don't have to put any new dollars into that trust, and that was about $550,000 a year. The principal and investment earnings alone will get that to a fully funded position, even with the dip that we're seeing this year. Again, we're in for the long haul. Hopefully, by 2031 is what we're anticipating, that will be fully funded. And then we'll be able to withdraw from that trust to pay for the retiree health care, which will save the city about $3 million a year once we get to the 2030s, early 2030s. Wrap up, so future challenges, obviously, one of the key things is the economy. There's a lot of discussion that, we're heading into a recession, with inflation very high. Inflation for month of May was at 8.6, I believe, for the LA area. So, inflation keeps ticking up. Again, economists are talking about a possible recession. So those are things to be cautioned of, for the future challenges. And of course, we have labor negotiations with many of the labor groups, so that's also future challenges. Future opportunities, I think a lot of great opportunity for growth. A lot of new economic development coming in to El Segundo, and I think there'll be a lot more coming in the pipeline. Future opportunities would also include looking at some possible new revenue measures as well down the road. And then long-term financial strategic plans. So again, really taking a look at a 10-year perspective and looking at how, if the new revenue growth does come in, like a new revenue measure or some other economic development, like a Top Golf, where we're guaranteed a good amount of money, we can plug that in and see how that impacts the city's finances, as well as the expenditure side of the house. Any new expenditures, whether it's labor negotiations or some other type of costs that we need to factor in and see how that impacts the long-term fiscal health of the city. We can plug that in there, and we have a 10-year outlook. So recommendations, so approve the adopted 22-23, approve the resolution to adopt the 22-23 operating and CIP budget and the fiscal year 22-23 appropriation limit, also known as the GAN limit, and then approve various financial policies that are included in here. And just bringing back those policies each year just to kind of resurrect them so they get tucked away on the shelf. And the policies are listed out there, and they're also included in your packet. So if we do want to include that incubator, that would have to increase the appropriations by $100,000 to the general fund. That concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lilio. The public hearing is now open for public input.
I don't have any cards, but if there's anyone out there.
No open cards?
No cards.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Per sec, so moved.
So moved. I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstock.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
5-0, you are now closed.
We are now open for council discussion. Councilmember Drew.
Actually, if you can go way back in your presentation, back to where you had, I think there's a recommendations for how it was the budget was balanced, and part 3 had to do with fire and changes that were made or recommendations that were made, and I would like to ask Chief Lee to come up real quick. Come on down. So, Chief, based on public comment and some other conversations that have happened, I just want to make sure that you are comfortable that this recommendation is the right thing to do and all across the board, in your own words.
I will say that no fire chief would ever want to reduce staffing of the fire department. With that said, when this originally came up back in June of 2021, when the $1 million ask was first came up, that I've done my best to enhance mutual auto aid agreements and, the compromise of still having 4 firefighters on each of the rigs, that I feel comfortable that we could brown out Engine 32 in this manner for the 6 months.
And that does not, in your opinion, leave the city in a vulnerable position?
I believe that that you will have someone at your door in 4 to 6 minutes for an EMS call, and also that we will have the 17 personnel that we need here for a structure fire, and we will continue to monitor through data. And as we've discussed at prior meetings, that if something, goes wrong, then we'll reevaluate what we're currently doing.
Absolutely, it's a fluid situation, so thank you very much for being creative in your recommendations.
Okay, you're welcome.
I have.
Councilmember Pierstick?
So, Joe, thank you for putting this together. I think it's your team, you and your team do an amazing job. So the question, though, I have, though, is on the business license fees. I know we talked for a long time about we need to really revamp our business license fees, and we...
That's an item on the...
Okay, next item, okay. All right, sorry. I'll pause.
Further council discussion?
I've got something.
Mr. Mayor.
But I'll wait. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. I just want to revisit and appeal to my colleagues, all of you, on the incubator idea. Councilman Drew, I totally hear your point that we don't have it fully baked, but we also have other examples where that's the case. Rec Park, we don't really know what we're going to spend on yet, but we're setting money aside. The ombudsman, we don't have that role clearly defined. We're setting money aside. The plunge, for example, we don't have the concept fully baked yet. We're still working on that. And we've been talking about it for a couple of years, and we might not even spend the entire $100,000, but I would ask that we set aside that money, allocate it, knowing that it's something that we all agreed, 5-0 vote, I believe, that we wanted to do it. And also, we don't know what's ahead. I'm a little, I wouldn't say pessimistic, but I'm certainly concerned about what's ahead in the capital markets, like a lot of us, and with inflation, and also concerned about what CalPERS return is going to be like. Even though they are in a somewhat balanced portfolio, the capital markets, many different asset classes have taken a huge beating. So I'm a little bit concerned about what the future holds, and I would ask that we set aside money, as we talked about during the strategic planning. There are very few things as a city that we can spend money on that actually generate a return. And economic development is one of those few things that we can do. So be at the will of the council, of course, but I just wanted to plead my case. Thank you.
Good points, all of them. I agree. I think it's a great idea, and very valid points on setting aside money for other projects that we haven't figured out how we're going to put forth. So I'm in agreement with the mayor on this one.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I can just interject also, in talking with our Public Works Director in taking my notes here, the combination of the quarterly sidewalk power washing, the memory stones, the paving inconsistency matter, and the trash bins in Rec Park, if you could also consider the estimate is that our Public Works the director was about $110,000 for those 4 items.
Those are nice trash cans.
Well, we're going to do what we can to get our trash hauler to donate those, if we can.
It's worth 20 public animals. Any other further council discussion? I have one item on this, and I know this is something that Joe, you and I had spoken about. I think that we go back and forth with items of safety and security, and that security is a sensibility and a perception and not a data point. And I think that we tend to look at concentrations of criminal activity, and we see it as the data, and we try to reconcile that with residents, that there's no reason for them to feel less safe because we know where the crime is occurring. That being said, demonstrably people do. 10 years ago, I never locked my door when I lived behind the football stadium, and now I close my garage door religiously and back my car in so my catalytic converter won't get stolen. And that, we had a truck get broken into twice in 25 minutes next to Rec Park in the middle of the day. I mean, that is not, I think, what our residents feel like we signed up for. So with that in mind, I tried to find some examples of the military perpetually is short of aviators, and they come up with special programs to take aviators who are no longer promotable but keep them flying, and they pay for it with contingency funds, so it's not part of the budget. So what I would offer is that there is a narrow reading of employment law in California that could allow us to go to annuitants who are from our police department, come back for up to 960 hours to do a discrete job. And it would not be to be a policeman again in a full sworn sense. It would be just to do one specific thing, and that is offer patrol support and crime prevention in the residential part of El Segundo. I don't know if any retiree from El Segundo would take us up on that. You know, they may have, maybe they miss it, maybe they want to come back. They have they have to be within a few years of retirement, and there's different post requirements about what recertification takes for that. But it takes about, for that 960 hours, it's about $70,000 investment to have someone take it up. And I would move out of this that we allow the police chief discretion to access up to $450,000 from our unallocated funds to offer that to any of our annuitant officers who would like to come back and provide that specific job, crime prevention patrol in response to property crimes in the residential part of El Segundo. I don't know if that will go. I don't know if there'll be any takers for that, but I think the prospect of adding 2 officers patrolling the residential area per shift would do an enormous amount to dissuade the criminal activity that we see going on. Because I know if I was in 1 square mile and suddenly there's 4 patrol officers driving around there, I'd probably look for someone else to do it. So again, I don't know if anyone will take us up on it. I don't know if on a grinding review, we have 1 review from our attorneys that thinks it works. We have 1 that's a little bit skeptical, but I would, in the breach, ask that we make those $450,000 available to the police chief if he would like to try that program.
I think it's right. Is the chief here? Is he there? Ask and ye shall receive. Chief, you could speak to that. I'd appreciate it.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Yeah, I did review the idea by Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, and depending on the attorneys that I talked to, I mean, it's the person that we bring back, it has to be a very limited role that they play in patrolling the city. So they wouldn't necessarily be available to handle all police calls, but because of PERS rules, I could use them for example, for them to patrol the residential area during certain hours of the day. And we would coordinate that through our crime analysts to figure out what are the hours that we need them. Again, if we had maybe 2 or 3 officers that took us up on that, I would say, hey, we need you on these hours for these days of the week. Would you be willing to do that? It would be a great option for me to have people to patrol the residential area.
Could we also, one of the jobs, could they also help us develop the volunteer force that, you know, the expanded, so it's a little more comprehensive of you know, because right now I think the volunteer force, you know, RSVP, they tend to be a little on the older side. Could we expand it so it encompasses some other, like, some moms around town or dads and?
I'm gonna to steal this from you, Chief, because I've been, you know, bleeding my eyes trying to read this, and I'm not an attorney. But the strictures on this seem very narrow, right? You've got to be attacking a specific project, a specific issue with a specific piece, because we are not attempting to you know, contract out police work. There are, you know, Beverly Hills accomplishes this, you know, in the smash and grab area. They have private security on the commercial corridors to attack that. I don't think that's what the residents of El Segundo want. I think they like seeing people that they know in the uniforms they recognize, but it has to be doing a specific job in response to a specific item. So we cannot broaden the scope beyond that, as I understand it, but I'm not an attorney.
Yeah, exactly. So the officers that we would use under this program, they would use our uniforms. They wouldn't look like volunteers. They would be armed. They'd drive one of our police cars. But their role as far as out in the field would be very, very limited to only, I guess in essence, be like a scarecrow for crime. You know, that's all. That's your role. And they wouldn't go out and handle calls on the east side, generally speaking. It would be the west side to really concentrate on those issues.
So essentially acts as a deterrent. And I think with what's going on right now in the community and the concerns everyone has, I think it's a good idea to try this out to see if it would work out, because it's just another tool that you have in the box in order to combat what's going on. So I actually think it's a pretty creative idea, and I'd like to see if we can pull it off.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
So it doesn't have to be, and for Joe, this doesn't have to be allocated. This is an ability for him to say, I want to attach these funds for this purpose, and then we could, however you need to move that over, but they don't have to sit in a special fund for this, I don't think, but I leave that to your discretion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, from a budgetary perspective, if you know, council's on board, that's not an issue. Obviously, there's legal issues, CalPERS issues, risk management issues that would need to be addressed internally.
Yeah, I don't pretend that this is a well-polished diamond here.
But it's worth looking into at this point in time to see what's possible, correct? Are we in agreement on that?
I think so, but that's...
I'm for it as well.
I agree. Boyles agrees.
I do. First, yes.
All right, further council discussion on any budgetary items?
Mayor Pro Tem, do we have consensus on the incubator $100,000 allocation?
I believe so. Is there anyone who is...
I concur.
Okay, great. Thank you. I
know we have at least four out of 5 consist.
You have enough. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. We've spoken. I've been on this council for 4 years now, 4 budgets, and we've talked about the bathrooms at Rec Park 4 times every year, and they're still awful.
You're still talking.
The teen center is still awful. You know, it's just in a sad state of affairs, and you know, I feel like 4 years ago we sat here with these mounting issues of how are we going to create new revenue and how are we going to handle the unfunded liability, and Topgolf revenue is online now, and it's proposed to potentially bring in an additional $2.9 million. Right, Joe? In that one category that you're calling, it's not called Topgolf, but it's called something else.
1.9 million, yes.
Well, that's the guaranteed, but the other estimate that you had on that line item, and go back to revenues.
So there was other revenue
interest
sources.
And rentals.
Right, so 1.9 of that is related to Topgolf, with the 200,000 floor from the beverage sale, so it could be higher.
Okay, so to that point, we brought in new revenue. We agreed to go out and get pension obligation bonds so that we can curtail the cost of our future unfunded liability. And we prioritized those things, and we did those things. And as much as, yes, those are both wonderful things that this community needs from the revenue and from the cost categories, we have not yet to give this community operational bathrooms at Rec Park or a suitable place for their teens to go. And so, Mr. Mayor, you have 4 of the 5 of us in consensus to set money aside for this incubator program, but I think it's a miss if we as a council somehow put this as a higher priority than, you know, taking care of our own house here.
If I can ask, in the carryover budget item for rebuilding the checkout building, is there no, so that would mean we're short the bathroom, we're not addressing the bathrooms at Brett-Field, and, well, the teen center, I think, is part of the bigger enchilada, right?
But the bigger enchilada keeps getting kicked down the road because it's such a large line item. And so we keep talking about this, and it's like, oh, we can't really, I mean, that's like a master plan project. Oh, this, you know, we're talking 10, 12, 15, $30 million, and it's never going to get done. And so we do these little things, and yet we continually allow this jewel of our town to sit idle and just waste away because it's being looked at on the grand scale rather than piecemealed, which is not wrong. Right? It's not wrong to look at it holistically, but you know, if from my first meeting to my last meeting, I'm saying the exact same thing and nothing has changed, and they kept us here for an extra 8 months, something's wrong.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention that the bathrooms for the checkout building, the improvements and expansion, we are adding stalls. We put that project on hold because of the pickleball tournament. And then shortly after that tournament, the city council already has awarded that project, which is going to begin hopefully by end of the year. We're going to have brand new bathrooms and everything going to be upgraded and expanded. And also we have
Just in time to potentially demolish that building for a new multi-generational building. So it's just, I understand that those bathrooms are going to be done, so when people do the family camp out, maybe when they're brushing their teeth in the morning, it'll be a decent experience. But currently, right now, we have hundreds of people at an all-star game with a puddle in the bathroom. And, I mean, it's embarrassing. It's disgusting. And, you know, and so I'm just, I know I'm pointing out a black eye, but I'm not willing to set aside funds for other things if we can't just say, guys, can we just focus on this one item and get it done?
We also have $750,000, which is appropriated for recreational park projects to be determined by the city council. So if this body wants us to start working specifically on any part of the rec park bathrooms, we'll be glad to initiate that project. We can do that.
To Councilmember Nichols' point, I think we've been talking about the Brett Field ones and the checkout building bathrooms for several years right now.
Right.
So if we're waiting to address that on a $35 million project, I think we're going down the wrong path.
So checkout building is underway. Are we saying that we want to see,
I think Brett Field.
Go ahead and get the Brett ones going?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the money's there.
I think
The money's there.
Now, that 750 is not the same as the 800 for the teen center that's carried forward.
It is.
That's the same.
That's the same pot.
Yeah, we don't need 750,000 for the bathrooms. We could use a
Are you
portion
sure?
of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
But in that, and I hate to belabor this point, but you know, it's like when that octagon-shaped structure was originally conceived and how it was thought of how it's going to function and so on and so forth, and what use does it get, and what purpose does it serve? You know, it's, again, it comes down to, we keep looking at the park as a whole, you know, and it's like, okay, but this, like, that bathroom has been a problem since longer than you've been here, Joe. I mean, longer than I've been sitting in this, well, one of these chairs. But, yeah, I don't know. I want to say, yes, we need to prioritize that, but we don't need a Band-Aid. We don't need another Band-Aid and another Band-Aid and another Band-Aid. And we'll do this. We'll have this conversation, right? But then it goes back, and then, you know, the Parks Department is like, yeah, but we have a plan, and we're working on this big plan, and let's talk about the big plan. But it's like, well, we don't have $35 million for this big plan. And so, and then who, I guess, who pays the price of that? Who pays the price of that are the residents that are utilizing these facilities all the time. I mean, bathrooms at City Hall are getting redone sooner than those bathrooms, and there was no puddle on those floors. Now, I get it. There was ADA issues. We had to upgrade it. That's fine, right? We have new windows. We're talking about new air conditioning units for both PD and fire, right? We have new carpet in the fire department. We have, you know, an upgraded firing range at the police department, right? We have a conference room that is one of the nicest things I've ever seen in my entire life, with a TV larger than Chris's. And
That table is fit for a North Korean state funeral. It's unbelievable.
and I, you know, and I sit up here and I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed because I feel like, you know, if I'm going to reflect on like what change I have helped to make, I've been barking up this rec park Brett Field bathroom tree for 4 years, and there's no change at all.
If I can ask, would the ask on this be that we accelerate this meeting on the plan and put money aside for that right now to address some part of that plan? Or do we want to assign a specific project?
The 750,000 is already there. So How much of
Just
that
$1
would be
million.
dedicated to expedite this restroom project?
Well, we have $1 million that we're proposing to add to the 22-23 budget for
Right.
recreation projects.
But that's why I'm saying, I don't know if that's enough.
No, this,
That's just like a drop in the
Whatever
bucket.
amount council would like us to put.
But it's not because we've had a consultant that says, oh, let's make a priority. And we've had these, these lists back before, when your predecessor was here.
Right.
We had this list.
right. So my point is, if this body would like for us to start looking at upgrading the bathrooms of Bradfield, we could easily do that because we already got enough money. We can do that out of the $750,000. I can initiate that project tomorrow, if that's the wish of the city council.
Yeah.
It's the will of this council person.
Okay.
Why don't we do that, and then let's put some emphasis around the joint meeting where we look at the rest of the
Yes.
park.
Right.
The rest of the park, all the needs could be discussed in that August 31st meeting, by all
Totally.
means.
I guess August 31st, that's quite a few months away, like, we've been asking for this meeting, with the joint meeting, for at least a year.
Let me help you.
This goes back to my point earlier, where I feel like I'm talking about Parks and Recs, and
Scott.
to
Nicole.
what Scott was saying, I mean, and that's why I've asked for this meeting to be held at the teen center, because we all need to sit in that room and look how disgusting that teen center is. I mean, even just paint it or do something to it. It's terrible.
Sir.
Okay, thank you. John Jones, Interim Community Services Director. This is not a new topic. I've been hearing it for the last 3 months. I have coordinated with the consultant that provided the original presentation in November, and they were only available in August. Moving that up, you can do that. It's just getting the Parks and Recreation Commission together with your honorable body to have that discussion. We don't need to have the consultant. It just is going to be probably someone that could answer more questions than staff.
Well, I mean, I've talked to a few of the Parks and Recs Commission
Sure.
members, and they're not that happy with that consultant.
Okay.
Their opinion was that there was already a preconceived concept that the consultant pushed through.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure having that consultant needs to be there, because if talking to the three of the commissioners, they weren't that happy with the results of the survey.
Okay, and in my review of that plan, which I took advantage of my first month here, I think for the bulk of the idea, there has some strong merits to it, but I wouldn't necessarily pursue all of the ideas within that plan. I believe that we could adequately provide you an opportunity to discuss this in a joint forum in the months of July, or the problem is you got a brand new director going to be starting shortly, and I don't want to see that brand new director be having so much challenge of trying to bring this forward, under that person's
Between you and I don't need the consultant there for us to have a discussion about our community park. I mean, I
get that.
I have always found the process that we go through as a city quite strange, that we ask someone from somewhere else who's never lived here, who's never hidden the bushes at the park, to come tell us how we should redesign the park for how, like, the modern community lives in the park or uses the park. Sure. And I've never quite grasped why we spend a ton of money to have someone else tell us how we should use our park, when, I mean, I would love to be talking to the rec park staff members to say, how do you see our park being utilized? I could tell you how I see it being utilized, but my lens is different than, say, Councilmember Charouz or Councilmember Persex, right? And so I don't need that consultant there for us to sit around with the Parks and Rec Commission to have a discussion as to, like, well, what do you see as the biggest black eye at the park right now? For me personally, I find it embarrassing that my cousin is watching a baseball game there and she's texting me that the bathrooms are disgusting. And I was like, yeah, I find it embarrassing that we're asking volunteers from Little League to clean the bathrooms every hour to make sure that we get to host a tournament again in a couple years. You know, I mean, it's that for me as a representative of the community, I shake my head and I'm like, I clearly have not done my job.
I would say that your concept of a consultant being inappropriate is probably not on center with what needs to happen in communities and master plans. Consultants are valuable in the essence of trying to determine what the need is for the community. They did a very thorough community survey with your community to find out what their needs are for that park. So I would say to solve some of this discussion tonight is, you're absolutely right. The bathrooms are not going to be impacted in this next discussion between the joints. Go get it done. Move it forward. Get the bathrooms addressed, because it's going to need to be done, and it's this discussion that's going to happen in the joint use between the council and the commission isn't going to affect the difference of that bathroom. So you can move forward on that tonight if you wish. I would suggest you might consider that. As for the rest of the layout and what should be the disposition of the Jocelyn Center or the clubhouse and or the checkout building, that should have a larger discussion with your two bodies and or the consultant. That's my suggestion.
So we can agree that the immediate need right now is to fix those bathrooms, right? Or can we just kind of push that
I
through?
think I'm in favor. And whoever does the power washing on the sidewalks, power wash them too.
Yes.
I mean, the ones at campus included.
But I do not think this bathroom money should come out of that money that's been set aside for the teen center. We have other funds, one-time spend, that currently we're just setting aside. They're not technically in reserves.
That's right, it's unallocated.
It's unallocated.
So we can either increase the CIP budget by whatever Mr. Sassoon thinks it's going to cost, or it would come out of that $1 million new allocation for 22, 23.
If the checkout building is 550, ballpark us what that octagonal cupola is. And
Design and construction, it's really hard to, but I would estimate it at maybe 350,000.
Add 350,000 to the CIP budget for
I'm in consensus.
parks?
Yes.
Consist.
So 350,000
So they're
increase
still on.
in this year's budget?
This year's budget.
22.
I had my hand up, but I was being ignored. I don't think you guys can see it. Now I feel.
I thought it was to strike down the wall with a sledgehammer.
And how about the bathrooms at campus?
I want to comment real quick. What's before us is a budget, not the process by which we're going to go out and figure out what the master plan for Rec Park is. So I agree with Mr. Jones. I also agree that the bathrooms should be done as long as we're not redoing that entire building a year later and taking out the work that we did with the bathroom. So assuming that's not the case, I absolutely support going forward with getting those bathrooms resolved.
I would say that restroom is far enough on the periphery of the park that main body of the well of the park will not impact it.
But I would say that it would not hurt to have Mr. Sassoon reach out to the primary user group, right? Reach out to the Little League board and say, how do you use this building? Does it function in its current shape? Does it not? Just have a small conversation.
It's a snack bar, though, man.
No, I know. I'm not saying redesign it. I'm just saying if.
I think this is why we never land the plane, because we need to fix bathrooms. Now we're talking about the usage for the entire building. If the problem is to fix the bathrooms, then let's fix the bathrooms, and then we can deal with the rest of it. But it's that to me is the immediate need and the most obvious need.
So we have consensus to add 350 to the CIP budget to address the Brett Field restroom area.
And
How you see fit.
initiate this project tomorrow. And we, 110,000 also for the other items. That
Yep, I got the list, keeping the list.
Anyone want to talk about the colors of the building? I think maybe a cornflower blue. All right, do we have any other budget items that we would like to address? All right, City Attorney, you will now read the resolution by title only to approve the budget with the as amended. Do we need to list those amendments, Madam Clerk, or can we just say as amended? As amended. And that includes the incubator, the police piece, the restroom, and the downtown pressure washing and other O&M pieces.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This is a resolution adopting the 2022-2023 final operating and capital improvement budget and the 2022-2023 appropriations limit for the city of El Segundo.
Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Giroux, so moved.
Persick, second.
Just to clarify, as amended.
As amended.
As amended. Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, passes as amended.
So there's one thing I should have mentioned.
Oh, we have one more piece. We have one more piece, though. Oh, actually, this is on that part of the budget because we have the other resolutions. Go ahead.
The one thing was, you know, El Segundo, there's a lot of people now riding bikes, especially e-bikes, and we don't have very many bike racks on Main Street, Richmond Street. We saw, you know, they tie them up to the.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yes.
We could add, we could add those bike racks, maybe another $20,000 and, by all means. And our priority should be close to restaurants and.
Correct.
I know how
Thank
to
you.
go, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve the following policies? The General Fund Reserve Policy, Economic Uncertainty Reserve Policy, Top Gun Revenue Policy, Unfunded Actuarial Liability Policy, and Interfund Loan to Policy.
Persick, so moved.
Giroux, second.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
I would like to take a 5-minute bio break. Does that work for everyone? Be back here at 8:51. 8:52, we'll go 8:52. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you, everyone. We are going to make one quick agenda alteration and move staff presentation item 13 ahead of public hearing 12 for the resolution approving the city's participation in the Imperial Highway Green Infrastructure Project. It's initiated by the City of Los Angeles for approving up to $500,000 from Measure W funds. Who will report on this item?
Public Works Director Elias.
Yes, thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I am really, truly excited to present this item to the City Council and the community. The city staff, we have been working with City of LA and with LAWA since about a year and a half ago regarding these improvements to Imperial Highway. The limits, as it is mentioned on the staff report, is from California to Vista Del Mar. This is a multi-benefit storm water capture project, and the improvements include treatment of the storm water, new landscaping, new irrigation system using recycled water, new signage, and adding protected bike lane along this stretch of Imperial Highway. At this time, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Michael Escaduto, who is the Division Manager for the Safe Clean Water Implementation Division of LA Sanitation and Environment for the City of LA. After that, I'll be back, and I'll be more than happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. Again, my name is Michael Scudero. I'm with the City of Los Angeles, LA Sanitation and Environment. I'm happy to be here this evening with you guys. Want to thank Mr. Elias and his team for working with us in the city to package this project as a potential round 4 application to the county Safe Clean Water Program. I will wait for Elias to bring a couple of slides up. Next slide. So to reacquaint yourself with the Safe Clean Water Program and the county, if you're not familiar with it, this was a bond measure that was passed in 2018 by county voters. This will generate $300 million annually for the next 30 years to provide stormwater investment in water quality projects, water supply and projects, as well as enhanced community benefits, with 50% of that revenue going back to the 9 respective watersheds. As it stands, as it relates to the City of El Segundo, you fall within the Central Santa Monica Bay watershed. Within that watershed of the regional funds available, $17.2 million are allocated annually for community investments on stormwater projects and water quality supply projects. The regional program is set up to have a scoring criteria in which projects being put forward meet the minimum of a 60-point threshold. It is a competitive annual process that takes place each year, and applicants must submit what they call a feasibility study, which is an in-depth package that not only identifies the water quality benefits, water supply benefits, and enhanced community investments benefits. It can range from localized flooding to environmental justice issues and creating more green space. This project, next slide. This project was in concept about a year and a half ago, and I'm proud to say that standing before you, your city public works director, as well as our team at LAWA, have packaged what I believe is a strong application for this program. The program is still in its infancy stage, so there's a lot of moving parts, and they're learning and growing each time the county puts additional guidelines forward. But as I mentioned, we started this process in February of 2022. Since that time, working with your community engagement representatives and Elias, we've been successful to secure funding from LAWA. We as a city are also putting in our own municipal returns towards this project to show our commitment. And we've started discussions with El Segundo in April to start this process and incorporating your city as a potential partner. The program is set up to submit applications for this round July 31st of this year. So within our own city, we've obtained our Energy and Environment Committee support, with City Council anticipated to approve moving these projects forward this Friday. Once we submit this application in July, it does go through a scoring committee, which takes place between September of this year through December. It will then be moved, if it meets the minimum threshold of 60 points, which we anticipate that will happen. It'll be then moved to the Central Santa Monica Bay Watershed Advisory Stakeholder Committee meeting, or committee group. At that point, they hear all the projects being submitted for this cycle, and if all goes well, the approval of what's referred to as a stormwater investment plan from this respective WAS will be approved in June of next year. And then typically the administrative process to secure the funds requires us to enter into a transfer agreement, and it takes about another 9 months before we actually see money coming into the program. To give you a little overview on the project and what we're seeking today is City Council support to provide as a letter of support for our application. The project is a partnership project with us as the lead, the City of El Segundo, and LAWA. It does, as Elias said, fall between California Street and Vista Del Mar. It's looking to increase the green space along the corridor and the median. And while the project itself lies within the City of LA, it will impact the residents of El Segundo. It will provide some additional dry walls and catch basins to remediate some local flooding along along Main Street and some other localized flooding points. We're looking to include 30 new trees in the median. We're not looking to replace any of the ones that are in good health, but there are some that are not in so good health that we want to replace. In addition, we'll be providing 2,000 square feet of bioswales to remediate stormwater. Again, the dry walls will remediate the flooding, and we're looking to make bike lane improvements along the corridor. The total project cost is $11.6 million, but with the matching funds from LAWA, the City of LA, Sanitation, our municipal fund, as well as your agency's municipal fund commitment of $500,000, the ask to the program would be $5 million. This is over it could be packaged as a 4 or 5 year application. We're still evaluating that final scenarios, but it's being packaged in a way that would make it very competitive. Again, there's up for $7 million available for next fiscal year. Part of the process does involve a community engagement piece, and we've been very happy to work with your side of the group and the stakeholders that are relevant for the City of El Segundo, and they've helped us identify what the project needs to include. And where it's feasible, we've included these elements into the Safe Clean Water program. As I mentioned, pedestrian safety. This is something that both LAWA and was a concern for us in your city. The lack of signage, in addition to beautification of the median. We have received letters, as you heard earlier, through public comment from the City of El Segundo Chamber of Commerce and the City of El Segundo School District. With that, this is a kind of a layout of the proposed scope of work. The way we are packaging the application, we are taking credit for additional improvements that are adjacent to the corridor that we're working in. DOT is slated to do some bike improvements on the north side of Imperial that'll make the bike lane continuous and safer. We are looking to increase safety along the entire bike route. And then we are also taking credit for a CIP project that the City of El Segundo yourselves are moving forward with to create some signage at the intersection of Main. Here's a couple of just renderings. The majority of the heavy infrastructure that's stormwater related will be underground, so you won't see it. But this will include greening and beautification along the entire median. So again, here's the overview of the project scope of work. Typically, this is a conceptual approval by the Safe Clean Water program. It does require quarterly reports on our progress and tracking. And so if awarded, the funding will be over a 4 to 5 year period. And it will not only construct it, but our last year of funding, the way the package is requested, it will include 1 year of O&M. This is beneficial to the program because it does set precedence that if awarded, we can go back to the regional program and ask for long-term O&Ms for this project. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Elias and available to answer any questions.
One more thing, if I may add, on our website, there is that information about the survey is there. So I highly encourage our residents to check our website, because the more input the community, the city of LA receives, it'll make the chances of this project, it makes it more successful to make this project happen. Also, there is a copy of the letter of support which I left with every one of you. I can forward that to you electronically. So in the interest of time, if you're interested, you could fill out that as a city council member, and that would also help. So with that, I'd be more than happy to answer any question you may have.
Council questions?
Drew's got one, if you're ready for it, Mayor Pro Tem.
Please.
Yeah, this is great. Culmination of many years of negotiation, political pressure, litigation, legal action, et cetera, with LAWA, spanning the course of the 6 years I've been in council and even prior with my predecessors. It sounds like there's a bunch of what ifs, some contingencies. So I guess what I'm not clear on is what came from the settlement, from the most recent settlement with LAWA, was several different things, one of which was the Imperial Highway beautification and in concept. So what is yet to be approved from a city standpoint in terms of grant dollars or funds? Because I thought, if I read the staff report and just based on my recollection, LAWA was setting funds aside. The FAA did not have a problem with that. So is there something that's yet to be determined that, despite what the council, even if we do approve something, is there still something that the city of LA has to approve? Or am I missing something there? Or some granting body? I'm not clear, I guess, in the process.
Sure. Let me follow up on that. So the LAWA funds, the $4 million that are being set aside for this project, has received FAA approval. We have presented the same package and the way all the matching funds associated with it to our Energy and Environment Committee. They did bless it. So we do have we're slated to be at City Council this Friday, not anticipating any problems, but we do have the support of our City Council to submit this. And so by that, that means a commitment of the $4 million from LAWA to support this effort.
Okay, because I know I personally spoke with Mayor Garcetti as well at one point about this and a couple other things, that he definitely was supportive of this. So that hasn't changed. Okay, I just sensed some hesitation in your voice. I wasn't quite sure. It's just to be weighed on still by the governing body of the city of LA. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think it is worth people knowing when they watch at home that we are not green-lighting the project. We're green-lighting an application for a project. And I think that O&M piece is significant because that's where that area has fallen into disrepair. So if that, we'll have to continually attach Measure W funds for that somehow, that's something worth us knowing. I don't know how many Measure W projects we would envision in the future, so we likely would attach, add, to the end of time if they want to take it to run this.
So I would expect the O&M for this project to be funded by City of LA. Am I correct?
Yes, and to your point, the Prop O project that we built, Prop O did not allow for O&M funds, so this is a unique opportunity to support this effort. The plan is, and this is up to the county and the respective WASC. They want to see a lot of projects being put on the ground in the first few years. We're in our fourth cycle. But as the program grows, I think everybody acknowledges that the projects they fund will be coming back for O&M support. Our early anticipation is that we will be going back once it's approved funding and it's built. And if they approve it, it does include 1 year of O&M, so it does set precedence for them to do that. In the event they don't, because it is in the city right away, we are committed to using our local return for that effort.
Thank you very much. I think it's a good project. I think Councilmember Pierstick, you have a feather in your cap by championing the inclusion of bike paths in this and the attachment to the Dockweiler bike path. I don't think that probably would have made it. I do think there's a moral hazard in here that shows what happens with bond measures, because Measure W and all of its ballot statements was all about reclaiming stormwater, and that was somehow going to replace our water usage. It was not billed as a shrubbery and bike lane project, but if it's going to be, I'd rather they do it here. So with that said.
Yeah, I just have one question. So I'm really grateful and I'm really for this project. I do have one question though. back in 2018, 2019, Mayor Boyles and I attended something at the Hyperion where they were talking about a new plan to take the water from Hyperion and pipe it east to refill some of the watersheds. Is that project still going on? And because that would require the Imperial Highway corridor to be kind of torn up to put that pipeline in. I just was curious of what's the status of that project, and you know, I just want to make sure we're not doing this and then all of a sudden a year later they come and tear up.
Is that in addition to the recharge well, the recharge well piece? Because they're pulling 42 million gallons a day to recharge those 21 wells already, I think.
Is that
Yeah, that is happening as we speak.
okay? So that already is happening. Okay, good.
All right, do we have a resolution? All right, City Attorney, fire away.
Thank you. This is a resolution approving the city's participation in the Imperial Highway Green Infrastructure Project initiated by LA Sanitation and approving up to $500,000 from Measure W toward this project.
All right, who would like to?
Persick, so moved.
Giroux, second.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Segundo. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It's a nice project.
All right, we will go back to item 12. This is the time and place hereto fixed for public hearing. We'll be adopting a resolution approving the development fee impact nexus study, modify existing development fees, and establish new development impact fees, and find the actions contemplated in the resolution that are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act as they do not constitute the California Code of Regulation. Title 12. City Clerk, was this notice properly given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
Not at this time.
All right, the public hearing is now open. Mr. George, who will make this presentation?
Yes, since this is the Joe Lilio night, he will take the lead on this presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor Boyle, City Council members. So we do have two consultants that are in the queue waiting to join. So we did contract with a firm called Revenue and Cost Specialists, LLC. Contracted with them back in April of last year to look at the development impact fee program for El Segundo. And over the last, I would say, 9 months, they've been working with all the departments. We received a draft plan in late April, early May, and then the final plan sometime in mid-May. And that's what's in your packet and the recommendations that are coming out of this. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Scott from Revenue Cost Specialists, and he does have a real brief presentation, verbal presentation.
I will keep it short, but I just have a few things to comment on. My name is Scott Thorpe. I'm with Revenue and Cost Specialists. With me this evening is Greg Brown. The two of us worked on this report to make it the best we could for the city. We have a full set of impact fees before you tonight, where in the past the city had 3 or 4 impact fees, but this set of impact fees covers every single infrastructure that the city has to provide services to its citizens. I've been undertaking impact fees since 1988, and Greg's been doing it for about 3 years. And we have 2 observations about El Segundo that I'd really like to point out, but I will keep it short. We discovered in working with El Segundo that there are, in effect, 2 general plan build-outs for a city, and we hadn't seen this before. One general plan build-out is when you run out of vacant land. You're there. You have very little vacant or raw land. So we discovered there is a second general plan build-out, and that's when the owners of private property realized, gee, since there's no available land left, maybe I can increase the density on my property, either through additional residential units, more office space, anything like that. And also maybe perhaps changing the land use, which is heavily evident in this land use database prepared by the Community Development Department, which is Appendix B in your report. It shows that a lot of land is going to change land use, and each one of them tends to be a higher demand. As an example, you've got industrial. Perhaps it's only got half the amount of square feet on it could. So they can double that, which is going to mean more demand, or they can change it perhaps through a zone change from industrial to maybe office and create even more calls for service because industrial is the least. Anyway, then the second thing we noticed is, and I'm mindful of what Councilmember Nichols said about some of the micro conditions of your quality of life services. Your level of services are the highest in any city we've ever run across. In the past 18 cities we've worked with, your police and fire capabilities are very high. You have a good amount of square feet per police officer. Your highly adequate and sufficient water and sewer capacity system. Circulation system functions well, but I guarantee you it will be challenged in the future as we see higher demand of existing uses. Quality of life, I don't know what to say. Your quality of life services, which would be aquatic square feet, pool service per person, library collection items per person, public use facility square foot per person at 3.5, and your parks are the highest we've ever run into in those last, again, 18 cities that we worked with. So these impact fees are intended to assist you in maintaining those standards. And quite frankly, those standards deserve to be protected. I'm available to answer any questions you might have. I can go over some of your standards and let you know where you compare with some of the other cities. But at this point, I think you're all aware of what impact fees are. You've read the report. At this point, I'd rather respond to any questions you might have.
Mr. Lilio?
Yeah, just to add a little bit more commentary to the report. So, as Scott mentioned that, previously there was 4 infrastructure categories. So the last study was done in 2009-10. Those 4 infrastructure categories: police, library, fire, parks. Now today, we're proposing 11 infrastructure categories, which is what I'm accustomed to in the municipalities I've worked for. So what we're adding is, police is still there. That's called law enforcement facilities, fire protection facilities. But we're adding street signals and bridges. So that was not there. Storm drain facilities, water distribution facilities. So any new development, they need to pay their fair share of the burden of that development project is creating on water distribution facilities, wastewater collection, general government facilities, public meeting facilities, aquatic center, and then a revamped parkland facility, which includes keeping and maintaining the 3 acres per 1,000 resident. So all these categories, if they had previously existed, the city would have capital funding for a lot of projects, especially in the parks that we currently don't have. So this is going to help set up the city. Any future development does come on board to really help pay their fair share of the burden that those development is creating on the city's infrastructure, and providing capital funding for many of these categories, which we do not have funding for right now.
All right, the public hearing is now open for public input.
I do not have any speaker cards.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Persick, so moved.
True second.
Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
5-0 closed.
All right, we'll open to council discussion.
Congratulations, council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nichols.
I got one.
Councilmember
Mayor
Nichols.
Pro Tem.
Mr. Mayor?
No, let the mayor go. That's all right.
It's a quick one.
He's sick.
The only development impact fee that I would like to see changed is the affordable housing. I don't think we should I think there was a suggestion to have no development impact fee, if I recall correctly, and I don't support that, especially knowing we have several hundred affordable housing units to get caught up on. Thank you.
So that, I believe, is built into the resolution. City Attorney.
Sure, thank you. If you look at what's currently in section 4, it's the second paragraph in the resolution under section 4, and it says,
I'm sorry, Mr. City Attorney. So that's on page 945 of your packet. Sorry.
important detail, thank you.
Why is it always when Joe's presenting that we have 1,200-page agendas? Just kidding, Joe.
You're saying it's in the resolution? Because my resolution starts on page 1055.
Let's see, so 10,
There's a difference between
yeah,
the
so
page
PDF,
number that's
let's
on
look
the
at-
agenda and the actual page number.
yeah, let's look at
They're
PDF
not.
page 1056 at the bottom. And it is page 945 of the agenda, but PDF page 1056.
Section 4.
So section 4, at that paragraph that begins, in order to promote much needed affordable housing, development impact fees shall not apply to any for sale or rental housing unit that is restricted to affordable housing for lower income households for a minimum period of 55 years. So just want to note there's that affordability restriction layer, and I think the community development director has more information.
Thank you, Joaquin. Just to provide a little bit of context, this exclusion is specific to projects that are otherwise market rate, but they include a percentage of affordable units as part of that project. When calculating the per unit impact fee, the number of affordable units are excluded from that calculation. This is somewhat industry standard. It's not unique. And this is because otherwise projects won't pencil. You don't get the affordable units. And so that's why staff recommended this inclusion into our development impact fee schedule.
But to be clear, projects like that, if there's 600 units and 100 of them are affordable, those 100 units are not charged the fee. The other 500 are.
That's correct.
Okay.
And just for simple math demonstration, if we added 200 affordable units, we're talking about, I think it was almost $50,000 per unit, right, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, the fee,
46,000.
100% all in was $56,000 per unit. So the affordable units would not be charged the $56,000 per unit. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
so if we, knowing we have so many arena,
I'm sorry.
I guess for me, it's just a big number knowing we're so far behind on affordable units that we have to add. And we're also looking at a housing trust fund that will help developers ideally bridge the economic gap in terms of getting their projects funded. But for every unit we add, affordable or otherwise, affordable or market rate, there are going to be all these infrastructure needs and demands on our city. So that was my point. Thank you.
Councilmember Giroux.
Actually, I just want to clarify. Drew, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying that you do not feel that should be added in as a separate item. You're saying that we should treat them all the same. I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Yes, sir. That's my point. Yeah, thank you.
Gotcha.
Further discussion? I have a quick question about Park Vista, and if because that is a shared benefit that a new development would impact, presumably the age-in-place parameters, would we consider those funds or funds that the city would use to offset the impact of development, would that come out of the parks portion of this?
I'm not sure I'm understanding that.
So if parkland is an impact of a new development, you had 20 units, and we say that there's a burden on the police, burden on sewage, burden on parks, there's also a burden on our public housing development, right? Because conceivably those people will, some percentage of those 20 people will matriculate to Park Vista. Do we need to assess an impact fee for Park Vista in this?
That could be an impact fee. It's not an impact fee that we studied in this process.
Could it be a part of a sub fee, or there wouldn't be much math to it then, would there?
No, we would have to do a study on that. We couldn't just throw that in here.
Could just add a line?
No, there has to be
spreadsheet?
a valid methodology behind that calculation.
Thank you.
So on the, I guess on the following, the two provisions that you added in from staff, one of them was the one that the mayor just talked about, and the second one was about, I guess, phasing in or having these new impact fees not impact all the items that was already come before us. It's already been decided upon. It's already been done. We don't want to be retroactively doing things like that. So that's how it's stated in here. So just on that, I agree with the mayor on that first point. I think there's first of all, we're moving in a direction in building more affordable units. There's another item that we're going to go over later. There's one that we've already addressed. So we're going there. And on this is an awful long period of time. And there's also, in the construction of these, of all this housing, there is a pretty large burden on our infrastructure as well that we have to take into consideration. So I would side with the mayor on removing that from the provisions, but accepting the second part of it.
All right, so we have, as a council, we have this in front of us with different opinions on the affordable housing piece.
All right.
We have two who want to strike it appears.
Yeah, I just want to run something by the two of you because both of you guys have big brains. So I'd rather instead of just stating an opinion and having you say, okay, well, we have different opinions, I'd rather have a discussion about this and hopefully yield the greatest result. So the way I'm looking at it is, if you're asking for 100 affordable units and each new unit is roughly $56,000, I mean, that's $5.6 million that you're going to add to the cost of any said project, right? We as a city do not have the means. Now, you can say we have money sitting in a fund for affordable housing, but what do we have in that fund?
Just a little over $5 million.
$5 million. We're not building any affordable housing for $5 million. Okay, we can all agree on that, right? You can't buy the dirt, you can't build anything. Maybe we get 3 units, right? So I would like to incentivize developers to help us reach our RENA goals because we cannot reach them ourselves. Now, to that point, the mayor stated if we have this trust and we're able to yield, access state funding and federal funding towards this, well, essentially that could go to subsidize the cost so we could potentially get the $5.6 million to the city, which was funded actually through the trust, and it just comes to us. So really it doesn't help to produce units. It subsidizes the cost of the developer and helps them to produce the units. But I don't want to create a situation here in these impact fees where it's going to hurt the development of affordable units. And Michael, I'm going to ask you to step up to the mic because the way we calculate affordable units, right? And I'm going to use a project that's already been approved as an example, right? But so Pacific Coast Commons, right? It's already entitled, okay? When that project was in its infancy and working through your department, and there was discussions as to how many affordable units would be included in that, was there just a simple equation that you followed, or was there a discussion and you guys massaged it a bit and a bit of a negotiation as to how many affordable units we would get on that project?
It was a discussion. I was not here when that started, but it was a discussion. But the baseline started around 10%, and I believe the premise for that is born in state legislation that the point where a developer maximizes their additional density by including affordable units is 11% of very low-income units. And so usually the conversation starts somewhere around 10 to 15%, and that's where the impetus was.
Got it. But ultimately, it became a discussion, and then where we landed,
12%.
12%, right? And so now let's say these impact fees were applied, and every single one of those affordable units was going to cost that developer an additional $56,000. Do you think we would have still landed at 12%?
There would be no affordable units in the project.
Hence my point. If we want,
I don't know if I agree with that. You cannot. I don't know if you can say that specifically.
Okay, then let's agree to
We
this.
don't
Would
know
there be
that to
less
be the
units?
case. I think that's conjecture.
Just to clarify, we do, based on the financial analysis that both that project's developer did, as well as our third-party reviewer, Kaiser Marston, who did a third-party review, at 10%, the project was profitable of, I think, just north of $5 million. And so 60, I'm getting my math wrong, but there were 32 affordable units at roughly $50,000 per unit would have put that project under, essentially.
So just for this discussion, because then I'll hand it off to you, my thought process in wanting to keep this exclusion of charging that impact fee to the affordable units is I would like to incentivize developers to do our job for us in regards to producing the affordable units that the state is requiring us to produce, because we do not have the means by which to produce them.
My challenge back on that is that it's not just $56,000 that we're subsidizing. It's the impact on the community, it's the impact on the infrastructure, it's the impact down the road, it's 55 years worth of development that hits every RENA cycle from here on the way out, because these RENA cycles are what, 8 years, right? Yeah. Okay, so what we're deciding here is that into perpetuity, we're going to do that. So what is the real cost in the end of that? It's tremendous. So I do not believe that it's simply $56,000 that's going to take away the ability to build affordable housing. If that was the case, if we lifted this right now, we should be able to get our RENA numbers in 1 year. Because they're saying if this is the burden that's holding us back, that one thing, I don't believe that's the case. I think our bigger problem is the fact that we just don't have any place to put anything, and we're sitting on very expensive real estate. That's the problem.
If we have a large-scale potential development, this does not preclude us from a separate development agreement, correct?
In most cases, in El Segundo, those projects would require a development agreement of sorts.
And we wouldn't be hidebound to this math as either a maximum or a minimum.
No, you could negotiate any range of fee structure in the development agreement.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have one more point real quick. May I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or Carol, did you want to go? It's hard to tell who's speaking.
No, go ahead, Drew.
Okay, real quick, just a couple of things to think about. One is, for the first time ever, we put on the strategic plan studying housing east of PCH. One of our colleagues brought it forward, and we all, well, not all of us, but there was a majority to study that. It's one point. Second point is, as I stated earlier in this meeting, greater than 98% of our revenue comes from commercial activity, not residential property tax or residents specifically. So think about what happens if this council or a future council, be it 3 or 4 councils down the road, decides to convert housing east of PCH, to convert underutilized commercial land, because people aren't going back to the offices in the same way, potentially, or industrial land even to residential. And then 10, 20, 30% of those units are potentially affordable because maybe the unit economics do work out east of PCH when you've got underutilized commercial land or other land. And so then I would wonder, do we really want to be stuck with a zero development impact fee, knowing that for every house that we build, we're losing general fund revenue every time? We know that already. So I would really caution us here. I think it's a slippery slope, and I think Mayor Pro Tem hit the nail on the head when he said that there are development agreements. PCC is a perfect example where all this was negotiated anyway. But I don't think it's a standard we want to set that there should be no development impact fee for affordable units. I think there are other ways to incentivize developers to build affordable units. Thank you.
And so I'm going to piggyback on what Mayor Boyes was saying. You know, when a developer builds affordable unit, how long is that? 55 years will be affordable unit. So I'm going to concur with Drew and Lance and negotiate it individually for each of the contracts.
So that would take the resolution as written, but striking section 4, paragraph 2.
I got that down, and I just want to note I have some additional tweaks when I read, and after further discussion that will clarify. Thank you.
Okay, do we have further council discussion on this?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, I'm not saying that we can't negotiate this on an individual basis. I just don't want to handcuff us and everybody that sits on this dais afterwards by putting it into law.
All right, well, if it's 3 out of 5, like Math Marine says, that is a consensus of a flavor. City Attorney, would you read the resolution by title only?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just wanted to note a couple other suggested minor tweaks.
Please do.
And so we will be eliminating that paragraph that we discussed. The paragraph directly under that on page 1057 of the PDF, page 946 of the agenda, that begins, in the interest of equity. Not proposing to change that text, but proposing to make that its own discrete section. That would become section 5, along with a descriptive title of partial fee exemption for entitled projects. And there actually is one minor change. You'll see the date. Land use approval is on or before September 1, 2022. We want to change that to prior to September 1, 2022. The final change regards what is currently listed as Section 5, which would, if approved by council, become new Section 6. The effective date, the proposed new language is, this resolution shall go into effect immediately upon adoption. However, the new and increased fees approved in Section 3 will become effective on September 1, 2022. A couple reasons behind that. One is that we're relying on a per dwelling unit metric in our fee study, and there's a recent Assembly Bill, AB 602, that requires cities that are situated like us, that are looking to utilize, to adopt development impact fees tethered to a nexus study that is per dwelling unit in nature. It must be approved before July 1st of this year. So with this change will allow for the nexus study to be approved and for the resolution to be approved immediately. But however, we will be acknowledging the later effective date of the fees because the Mitigation Fee Act requires that there's at least 60 days from fee approval, development impact fee approval, to then becoming effective. And September 1 is a few days after, but it's a cleaner date that staff wanted to establish as the effective date of the fees. So those are the proposed changes.
Before you read this, do we need to determine if we're going to have them go into effect immediately or phase in? Will that be part of this, or is that the next item? It's the next item. Forget what I just said. The clerk tased me.
Before we go, can I just ask one more question? Michael, what is the current impact fee for a detached dwelling unit or an attached dwelling unit? Because right I'm looking at this, an attached dwelling unit is said to go up to 46,376 per unit. What is it currently?
It's roughly $5,700.
$5,700, so it's gonna go up by $41,000 per unit. I just want this council to understand, whenever we talk about density and we talk about the areas where density can be added, and how do we incentivize someone who owns an apartment building to potentially add more density, and like, the planning commission discussed this at length, correct, Michael? And they talked about going up, can we add 30% density? You have to add upwards of 50% or 60% density to even make it feasible for someone who owns a 6-unit apartment building on said parcel on the east side of town, east of Washington Boulevard or Washington Street, to even consider bulldozing their building and adding on to it. And that was with the previous number of 4,000 per unit. So now we're gonna add an additional $41,000 per unit. Like, what we are telling, whatever we're trying to do from a upzoning perspective on our housing element, what we're doing right here is pretty much just dropping the guillotine and saying, nope, no units will be developed in that area. We will not get additional density in that area.
Is it fair to say though that is a function of us not adjusting this for 15 years?
No, it most definitely is, but if it doesn't pencil today, like if it didn't pencil today and they were forced to say, okay, wow, we're gonna have to raise the density by 80% or 60%, whatever it was, just to make it somewhat feasible, that means that it's never gonna happen. So we have those discussions for nothing. We're just talking around in circles, and we're gonna say that, hey, we're making an effort to upzone areas and get more units. And, you know, the housing department used to say upzoning was a good thing, and okay, yeah, it pacified them and it was fine. But now they're like, no, where are your units? Where are our units gonna come from? It's not gonna happen.
I think you kind of answered your question, though. Number one, when's the last time these were updated? 15 years ago?
15 years ago, but then it did not include all the proper categories.
Right.
We did send this out to all the big developers in town. We sent it out to the Building Industrial Association of Southern California, and there was absolutely no negative feedback whatsoever. So the developers are used to working in other municipalities that have this proposed structure in place. And they know that ahead of time, so the funding mechanism to make sure that project is still profitable is usually, penciled in. So I think moving forward, I don't see, we didn't receive any negative feedback, and maybe Mr. Allen can also talk to that if it's necessary, but no negative feedback from any of the developers, and this was sent to all of them. It was sent to the Building Industrial Association, no negative feedback from them.
With that
Mr.
language
Lilio,
in
I
there.
heard from our biggest builder in town, our biggest landowner in town, their representative, and they supported this as well.
As it was written. We're not,
As it's presented.
As I have it presented to you tonight.
as he has it presented to us today, but you're talking about striking something.
No, but the affordability thing didn't even come up with them. Maybe that would be an issue, but to your point earlier, Councilman Nickel, we haven't had people build dense either because we haven't had overlays. We only recently have even identified where in the city we're going to allow by right increased density. And so I think that will change things for developers. And when I heard Mr. Lilio earlier today say that he had already bounced this off of the BIA and several different developers, to me, that gave me a good feeling about this project. And to be completely frank, most developers don't even want to do affordable housing. There are specific developers that do affordable only and focus on Section 8 vouchers, et cetera, but there are many developers that don't necessarily want to do the developments, which is why there's had to be so many density bonuses and the like.
Further council discussion? City Attorney.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the phase-in is addressed in that section 4. So I think that would be where the action would be for discussion on the nuances of the phase-in, if the council wanted to explore that.
That's that 50, 25, 25, right? You're talking about over 3 years?
Right.
Does anyone have a strong preference about going with immediate impact or phasing in that 3-year format?
I think the recommendation is to phase it in, am I right? Mr. Allen, Joe? Is that what the staff recommendation
That was
was?
staff's recommendation.
I'm fine with that.
All right, it looks like we have council consensus on that item. All right, City Attorney, would you like to read the item? By title only.
This is a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo adopting a development impact fee nexus study, increasing the existing police, fire, and library development impact fees, establishing the following new development impact fees: a park land acquisition and facilities improvements fee, a circulation, signals, streets and bridges facilities fee, a storm drainage collection system fee, a water distribution system fee, a wastewater collection system fee, a general governmental facilities, vehicles, and equipment fee, a public use community center facilities fee, an aquatics facilities fee for new development within the city, and determining this resolution exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act. And I would request that any motion include any of the stated amendments. Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Jeruso moved.
And that's a move to, with the striking of section, what was it, 4, paragraph 2?
Yeah.
Correct.
And other amendments.
And the additional changes to
And the
effective
additional,
date.
the additional.
So
changes.
moved with amendments and changes discussed.
First, second.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles,
Yes.
passed 5-0.
And now we need a separate motion to adopt the full schedule of development impact fees in the phase-in for that schedule, correct?
The Development Service Director, I know they were baked into
They're
section
baked
4.
into item 4 in there. Do we still need to pass a second item?
Hey, Michael, on the number 2, discussion and adoption of the phase-in, I see that as being part of the resolution, so I don't know if you're looking for any other, okay. So I think we're covered by the adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. All right, now we're back to item 14, staff presentations. This is the approval of modification of the city manager annual salary classification and employment agreement to appoint Daryl George as city manager with a $270,000 base salary, potential performance bonus of 15% of base salary, and various fringe benefits, including retiree medical benefits. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. The city engaged an executive recruiter back in February to conduct a recruitment and selection process for the city manager permanent position. During this time, Mr. Daryl George has been serving in the interim role since March 2nd. The item before you tonight includes a resolution to modify the annual salary of the city manager classification, along with an employment agreement outlining the terms and conditions of employment to appoint Mr. George from the interim role to the permanent city manager position. I'm available for any questions.
Any council questions?
Nichols, so moved.
Joe, second. Or Pimentel, second.
This is the resolution modifying the annual salary of the city manager.
So we need the resolution read by the city attorney?
Oh. I don't think it has to be. Go ahead.
Resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California, modifying the annual salary for the city manager job classification.
You. It was Nickel and Giroux.
He does not want to be on the record as seconding that.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Okay, Reso passes 5-0.
Second, we have to approve the attached employment agreement between the city and Daryl George.
Is that another?
First, so moved.
If I may, there's a government code requirement for executive contracts that certain compensation details be orally presented to the public. So it would just suffice if we, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor Pro Tem, did you happen to read the?
I read it at the start, but.
Then that will cover us. That
Okay.
will cover us. Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to approve it?
First, Giroux, second.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
I vote passes.
It is approved.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Council. I really appreciate this and your confidence in me and my desire to work with your executive team and the rest of the staff. And I can assure you that collectively we will give you 110% of all of our efforts to move the city's policies to your direction forward. And I look forward to spending the next several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George.
Honeymoon's over, Daryl.
Well,
There's a reason we didn't put that one, we put that one before cannabis on purpose.
Yeah, I'm in between cannabis and all the other fees. Thank you, Joe, for all of that.
Next up, concealed weapon permits. All right, item 15, resolution submitting a city cannabis tax initiative to the voters per elections code 9222. Mr. George, who will present on this item?
Let's see, this item will be presented by our Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. No longer interim. Thank you. So at the last council meeting on June 7th, staff presented the text of a proposed cannabis business tax measure for your consideration and potential submittal to the voters at the November 8th, 2022 election. Council's direction at that time was to revisit the ballot label question and bring this item back this evening. And the updated ballot question language, which is in the staff report and in the updated resolution, is the product of consultation between the city attorney, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, and Councilman Giroux. It does observe that the tax measure in itself does not approve or authorize any commercial cannabis businesses. Those would have to be separately authorized, but they would be effective to the extent that those activities are separately authorized. So it includes that distinction. It's within the 75 word limit. It's at 74 words. And it does have the magic language for tax measures under the election code. And the ballot question is embedded in the resolution. The ordinance, the actual text of the measure, is an exhibit to the resolution. And unfortunately, when the agenda was produced, the resolution came out twice, but unfortunately the ordinance was omitted. So the ordinance was forwarded to the council, posted on the city's website, and there are hard copies of the ordinance available here. But one thing to note about the text of the ordinance is that that has not changed since initially presented to you all on June 7th. So the real change is the ballot question. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on that adjustment or the cannabis tax measure otherwise.
Council discussion? All right, there are 3 items here. One is to adopt the resolution, which must pass by a 2/3 vote, submitting the business tax initiative ballot measure to the voters. Then second, we have the option to authorize one or more members of the council to file a written argument for the city tax initiative on behalf of the council, or authorize one or more members of the council to file one or more arguments regarding the measure as individuals. And 3, if desired, direct the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the city tax initiative. Maybe easier to go in reverse order. Would anyone like to authorize the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis of the city tax initiative?
First, so moved.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, 5-0.
All right, then I'll bounce up to 1 because we can't really do 2 without 1. And this is, do we want to adopt the resolution by 2/3, submitting a city cannabis business tax initiative ballot measure to the voters at November 8th election?
So moved.
Second?
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Passes. And lastly, do we want to authorize one or more members of the city council to file the written argument for the initiative on behalf of the council? Or, and it says that isn't what we do one or the other right here? We have 2 options.
You can mix and match. My understanding from the last meeting, when I spoke with Mark, is that essentially everyone was authorized. So if you want to emulate that, then.
So someone could write one and we would all sign on to it.
That's correct.
All endorse it.
Impartial analysis?
No, this is item 2. So to write an argument in favor of the city tax initiative.
Gotcha.
So deputizing someone to write on behalf of the city council.
Gotcha.
Does anyone want to write on behalf?
Is, just a question, is, I'm assuming that's a good idea. Am I correct on that?
I think so.
All right. So nobody seems to be jumping at it to get it done. You're a good wordsmith, Mr.
I am more than happy to, to make clear that there's a few things that are important about this. One is that it does not, to reinforce that it does not have anything to do with authorizing cannabis, and 2, that it doesn't have anything to do with the city council having an opinion on the moral virtue or disrepute of cannabis. It's just a tax measure.
Yeah, I think it's important to put in there that, if people simply don't want it, still vote yes on that piece of it, because in the end, we have to grab it. So, yeah, I think you could wordsmith that pretty well.
I mean, there's no...
You've been deputized.
What's the word limit on that?
5,000 words.
More importantly, syllable limit.
That's right. Yeah, what's the billable limit?
Let's see, 300.
Oh, you got that.
That's like writing a college essay.
That's right. I have a lot of contractions. All right. So with that, for item 2, would anyone? I will volunteer and and present it for everyone to sign on to. Does that sound like a good course of action?
Yes.
Okay.
You just have to vote.
Can I move approval for that?
You just did.
There we go.
Second.
Pimentel moving on behalf of himself.
Yes.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
5.
You make one North Korea joke, and all of a sudden you start proclaiming yourself things. All right, item 16, resolution to amend the city's administrative code for management confidential series benefits. Ms. Reddick, the floor is yours once again.
Thank you. This item before you tonight includes a resolution to modify the benefits for the unrepresented people in the management confidential group, which are covered under the city's administrative code. The City Council appointed an ad hoc committee to address these salary and benefit issues in this particular unrepresented group. And the 5 items in the resolution that are proposed will assist us with the recruitment and retention of employees, align with best practices, and comply with CalPERS retirement law regulations. I'm happy to go into detail if you have questions.
Council questions? Discussion?
Will these employees be made aware that we're no longer with Delta Dental and we're now with a new dental provider?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Boy, that'll get you.
And just for clarification, especially with the medical, it streamlines our operations, having everybody on the similar, it will help from the management perspective, right?
Yes, this particular item includes a retiree health contribution that aligns the unrepresented with the represented employees and brings parity to both groups. Currently, there's a significant it's anywhere from $718 to $915 less per month if you were a member of this group and you were to retire right now. That's how much less you would get than an unrepresented group. That is one of the items included in the resolution.
I think so. Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be helpful for the public that's watching, if anybody still is, you know, the purpose and what we're trying to do overall across the board with all of our employment groups and trying to find equity on this basis, right?
So with the administrative code, that is kind of, if you will, the MOU that it's similar to the memorandum of understanding that the represented units have. The represented units have a negotiated contract, they're on a regular schedule, and the represented people, their benefits and their salaries and their employment terms and conditions, changes are only made if someone brings forward, you know, like the city manager or human resources director or the ad hoc committee. Changes are only made if someone decides to look at it. The management confidential group, there are significant items that pertain to them that have not been moved forward for many years. And the retiree health medical is just one of them. Along with this item that I have tonight, there is a little bit of cleanup. We are eliminating, it's called the exceptional leave program, so that we are in compliance with CalPERS regulations. We have also had some significant turnover, especially at the executive level. And so some of the items in here are to attract and retain executives to work for the city of El Segundo so that we can become that employer of choice.
Just to echo that on our end, it became almost impossible for us to know what our compensation scheme looked like for different employee groups because they varied so drastically. It was almost like a company that had grown by acquisition. We just had these entirely different, almost human resource outputs for it. So thank you for your help with this. Thank you.
It does make it quite difficult to administer when you have various benefits provided to all the different groups. So this provides parity. It will help us, I believe, retain employees, but also attract executives. We, currently are recruiting for executives right now, so I appreciate the council's consideration in forming the ad hoc committee.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further discussion, or would anyone like to move approval?
Persick, so moved.
Nichols, second. Perstick, Nickel. Oh, no. It's adopting a resolution.
That is the ones from chapter 1A2.
Whatever the council desires.
Let's vote.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who?
Perstick, then Nickel.
I'm sorry, I believe this computer just shut down and we may have lost it.
We shall go on.
We shall. Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nickel.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Are we still there? Yes. 5-0.
It's just enough whale oil to keep the lamps on.
Thank you.
All right. Item 17. Consideration and direction regarding the draft El Segundo Affordable Housing Strategic Plan. Mr. George, who will
Yes,
present on this?
our Community Development Director, Michael Allen, will provide the staff report.
Mr. Allen,
Mr.
the
George.
floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As the council might recall, in 2020, the city began an effort to procure services from an affordable housing provider to provide affordable housing services for the city or on behalf of the city. In 2021, through the competitive process, the city selected and awarded a contract to Many Mansions. Since then, Many Mansions has been coordinating with staff on primarily negotiating the affordable housing components within a particular development project. When that weight lifted, we were able to refocus efforts towards the development of a draft affordable housing strategic plan, which was one of the deliverables in this scope identified when the contract was awarded in October. So here we are in June. They're here to deliver on that deliverable. In March, this last March, the many mansions went before the Planning Commission to hold a study session. Again, this is a menu of options, and this is to further that conversation. This is the first draft. It's not intended to be a final draft. What we're here before the council tonight to do is to present what the conversation was with the Planning Commission, review the menu of options, add to, augment, modify, remove options, and really hear what the City Council's priorities are. This is going to be a long-term implementation plan. There's limited resources, and so what we really would like to have from City Council is just the top priorities that we can then go back to the table and hammer out a 5 to 10 year implementation strategy for the affordable housing strategic plan. So tonight I'm joined by Rick here in the chambers, as well as, we're not, okay. Well, we might have to, okay, we lost him?
Unfortunately, this computer decided to update.
All right, well, I'm joined here in the chambers, and Rick, who's hopefully prepared to speak on it, and maybe we'll get Alex back. We'll try to get Alex back, but we do have a presentation. I'll get it up on the screen, Rick, if you can walk us through it.
Was this presented to the Planning Commission as well?
A similar presentation. This has been built upon based on the Planning Commission presentation.
But what's before us, it was not required to be approved by them or recommended or?
No,
Okay.
This is a policy document for City Council. We went for before Planning Commission, and housing is a important topic for the Planning Commission, and so we thought it important that they be part of that conversation. But there was no formal recommendation. They just added meat to the menu here.
Thank you.
Members of the City Council, my name is Rick Schrader. I'm president of Many Mansions. And with great honor, we're here to present our first draft of the Affordable Housing Strategic Plan. I think as the council is hearing tonight, has already touched on a number of issues with respect to affordable housing in El Segundo and how to produce more. I think we're going to, if it's okay, we're going to skip most of the early part of the presentation in terms of the background, information about Many Mansions, information about the housing element itself. I think this has been discussed quite a bit at this council, at the Planning Commission, some of the background. Information about Many Mansions. I've been part of Many Mansions now for over 26 years. We're an affordable housing developer. We're a nonprofit affordable housing developer. There's been lots of discussion on for-profit developers developing affordable units. But we come at it from a different perspective because our mission is to develop affordable housing, and the type of housing that we do develop is all 100% affordable. And then that's the type of thing that hopefully, through the strategic plan, more groups like Many Mansions will develop in the city. You see the RENA requirements, the number of units, not just moderate income and not just low income, but extremely low income and very low income. A large number of units the state is mandating be developed in this next cycle. Affordable housing is not what people often expect. For low income, for a family of four, household that earns less than $94,000 is considered low income. Very low income, for a family of four, $59,000. So it's much higher than many people realize and encompasses many of our residents here in El Segundo are considered low income. As a general rule, affordable housing, the household, once they qualify, they're only paying about 30% of their income toward rent. That makes it affordable, that makes it so that they can pay food, medical, other things. And just some of the pictures of the affordable housing that we've developed over the years. We developed mostly in Ventura County, but also Los Angeles County as well. Every community is different. Every community has different needs and different challenges. I think the benefits of affordable housing are substantial. It's not just simply a state requirement. All well-balanced communities need affordable housing for their residents, for their businesses, just for the quality of life. Okay. Staff has done a wonderful job in putting together surveys in preparation of the housing element. And indeed, this community's housing element is one of the best housing elements we've seen. It contains a lot of information and a lot of recommendations, and some of the recommendations we've adopted as well. Businesses need affordable housing. And again, we include some of the items that the housing element and some of the implementation steps are already undertaking, and we've seen extensive discussions of ADUs, inclusionary housing, other types of things, housing trust fund, we saw that tonight, other items that are already identified as in the housing element. Pacific Coast Commons, I think we included as kind of a case study. This is something that was a very large project. It did yield, or will yield, affordable units. It was negotiated, and I think there's been lots of discussion as to the type of units that will come out of that, the income levels of that, and is this the type of thing that can happen more in the city. All right, so we did provide a number of recommendations, and these are the things I think we really want to focus on. One of the things we were tasked with is looking at the amount of money that the city already has for housing. You have approximately $5.3 million in your Affordable Housing Trust Fund that came from prior in lieu fees. And the question is, well, what should you do with it? Lots of different options. One option is to provide financial assistance to developers, to nonprofit developers. We have received funding from cities for many of our projects. They provide some of the upfront money, some of the financing. That's a use of the $5.3 million. Maybe the best use, though, is land banking. Use that money and buy a site, buy some of the sites. There's been a number of sites that were identified in the housing element. Other sites might come up. And once you buy it, the city owns the land, and then you can offer through a request for proposal process developers to try to submit proposals to develop that. but you already own the land, and that would be something that would be contributed to the potential project. You could pay developers to add or maintain affordable housing units. For example, out of that fund, we'll use the Pacific Coast Common example, you could have actually provided some financial incentive to them and paid them to restrict more units as affordable. Or other apartment owners or people that are developing, pay them money, or as part of the financing, to restrict units for affordable. Second recommendation is inclusionary housing guidelines. Again, I know there was some discussion earlier this year on whether to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance. We recommend guidelines. Actually set forth to the developers the inclusionary requirement that you would expect in any development agreement. Again, things are negotiable, things can change, but that way the developer knows kind of up front what to expect, and they can adjust that. Park Vista is another recommendation, something to perhaps explore. Restructuring it, refinancing, you might be able to obtain RENA credit through deed restrictions or other types of regulatory agreements. Using the MU-0 zoning designation throughout the commercial areas or the downtown specific plan, again, allowing residential housing to be built in other types of areas in the city, that might encourage development. I think there was also a discussion earlier this year, or at least in the housing element, as to this whole civic center property as maybe being surplus property, or maybe some area could be developed. Again, having more multifamily housing in commercial zones, looking at religious institutional overlays, church sites perhaps could be automatically zoned to allow affordable housing. There's a thing called Enhanced Infrastructure Financial Districts, EIFDs, that could also perhaps be created. They're kind of like the old redevelopment agencies, a tax increment financing, which would allow additional monies to be used for affordable housing. There's a designation by the state where the city could get a certification that's being declared as a state pro-housing designation, which also allows additional funding or preferential in funding for affordable housing. And again, looking at commercial linkage fees and other types of in lieu fees to replenish the affordable housing fund. Development fees, yeah, we just had a discussion on that. I have to say, I was a little surprised that the fees are going up as high. It is very much a disincentive for affordable housing developers. One thing, though, as an incentive, is to defer those fees. I don't know if this particular city requires the fees to be paid up front prior to development. Some cities allow those fees to be paid once construction is completed. That's an additional incentive.
Hey, Rick, can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
One thing that I thought was worth mentioning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Alex is with us, so.
One thing I thought was worth mentioning was that during the discussion, it doesn't have to be an either or an all or none. You can actually come up with a policy to lower the development impact fees for certain types of housing. One of the things that I thought was maybe worthy of consideration in the future was to waive the development impact fees, but only for very low income units. If you actually look at the Pacific Coast Commons project, there's 32 affordable units, but 29 of those are low income. Only 3 of them are very low income. And what we've seen in pretty much every jurisdiction is that cities have a really hard time meeting their very low income RENA goals. And I can guarantee you if the development impact fees were waived for the very low income units, you would have seen a lot higher proportion of very low income units in Pacific Coast Commons and other projects. So I just want to mention that as something for future consideration.
Okay. Alex, why don't you take over the rest of the presentation? Alex was the one that prepared it, so.
Oh, you did a great job, so there's nothing. We already talked about the Local Housing Trust Fund. We are very excited to see that you are joining the South Bay Regional Housing Trust Fund. We do think that's a good move. There is a very strong housing trust fund regionally for all of Ventura County that's been very successful. I'm actually the president of the board of that nonprofit, and that model has been very successful at creating affordable housing in pretty much every jurisdiction throughout Ventura County. And I know there's some concern about the funds coming back to El Segundo, but I do think that eventually you will see some dividends on that, because you can leverage those funds at the state level.
Yeah, I should also add, it's been very useful for nonprofit developers like us, because the Housing Trust Fund will provide that upfront financing to help develop or to help finance pre-development costs, which are always a difficult thing to finance.
And the next two are pretty benign. They're really more about preservation than creation. Creating a live-work preference when you create new policies such as a density bonus ordinance or a development impact fee waiver or whatever pro-housing policy you're creating, you could also add a live-work preference that beyond just the term of 55 years or some other period, you can add an equal preference for live or work, which is legally allowed. And that would help ensure that more residents and more people who are participating in the economic vitality of the city are housed here in our community. And then the last recommendation, or not the second to last recommendation, would be actually, instead of restricting affordable units in your policies for 55 years, you may want to consider a policy for restricting those units in perpetuity when you're negotiating development agreements. Because a lot of times it seems far away. We've seen cities where they had 30, 40-year affordability covenants, and those are now coming due, and then those units convert to market, and you can't build enough affordable units to replace them. So you actually end up with a net loss of affordable units over time. So by creating a policy for in perpetuity, preserve those limited resources. Next slide. And then the last one was really more about finding an ideal area to build, and this is more for affordable housing in El Segundo. Not to say that east of PCH isn't a decent site or provide opportunity, but based on the research we saw from the community survey, from the housing element, and our own expertise, you're much more likely to get non-inclusionary housing. So if Many Mansions or Abode or some other nonprofit was to come in and build, they would likely target their efforts here because this area is a high opportunity area, which means that there's access to high quality jobs, transit, educational outcomes, et cetera. And what that means is you're more competitive for the state and federal funding that's ultra competitive at the moment. So you're probably not going to see much affordable housing built unless it's inclusionary housing like Pacific Coast Commons outside of this area. And so we just mentioned that for many reasons, access to transit, access to amenities, competitiveness for funding, that this was an area that additional focus may want to be paid attention to. Last slide. As far as next steps, as Michael mentioned, this is the first draft of the Affordable Housing Strategic Plan. It's really a menu of options. None of these are required by state law. These are all things that, through our professional experience and through community input, we feel would be beneficial to the community. Based on that feedback, we would publish a final plan, hopefully by the end of July. But again, that's not a hard set deadline, depending on the quantity of changes. And then, as Michael said, this is kind of a long-term plan based on staffing needs and funding availability, et cetera. So a lot of work ahead, but we think this is a good start. And we're available for any questions.
Council comments.
On that last menu item, item 15.
Yes.
Am I correct in reading it that anything east of the boulevard is considered missing or insufficient data?
It is. It's weird. If you actually look at the opportunity map from the state, it's pretty much all blue along the coast. Then there's this weird gray bubble around that particular corridor. And I think a lot of it's because there isn't a large number of residential buildings in that area. It's more commercial and industrial. And so I think for whatever reason, the state had a harder time calculating the high resource or low resource or other category needs.
It comes into play when we were seeking tax credit or tax exempt bond financing.
Okay, 'cause
and the points that you get.
I'm trying to correlate, you know, we put out that survey and it, please rank 1 to 5, with 1 being your first choice, in what area of El Segundo should new housing be built? 25.6% said east of the boulevard.
Yep.
And yet, now we're looking at a map and that's our entire town. How is that considered like, you should focus your efforts here? It's like, that's the entire residential area of El Segundo. I don't know. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just tired, but I saw that slide when I was reading this report, and I thought to myself, like, how, like, that's not really pointing us in any kind of direction other than, like, well, we already know that this is where all the residences are. You know, it's not like it's identifying certain pockets of town where a higher density would actually, it could handle the higher density, or higher density is already found, and I don't know.
And then,
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
we didn't create the map.
I have a question on this. How many people took the survey?
It was well over 500. I want to say it was closer to 1,000.
So the only thing is, you know, when you put a survey out like that, you know, and 25% wanted East Sepulveda, that's looking at it from one lens. You know, Drew, Mayor Boyles mentioned, you know, 95% of our revenue comes from that commercial. And you make the comment, businesses need affordable housing. But if you take all away the land for businesses, we won't need any housing. Like, it's like there's a fine line of where you have to provide the businesses space to run a business so you can have jobs for the people who live in the South Bay area. So I just, you know, when you, we keep hearing this, well, people want residential East Sepulveda, but they don't have all the pieces of information that if you actually live in El Segundo and the businesses, East of Sepulveda, commercial East of Sepulveda is funding our police and our fire. It's not the residents, because we don't get very much money. If you looked at the pie chart earlier from our budget, we get very little money from our property taxes. So I just, you know, that when you're looking at things and putting out information, you got to show the whole picture. It would actually cost us money to put residential East of Sepulveda. It will actually physically cost us money, because then we have to police and fire it. And I want my house here.
Well, again, just to be clear, this is a map from the state. When we apply for certain affordable housing funding, they're looking to fund projects in these opportunity zones. So, and I think it's based on how close things are to services, retail, schools, parks, things like that.
Yeah, and I agree. To answer the mayor's question, obviously Smoky Hollow was not far behind on the list of identified places, east of Imperial, downtown. You know, obviously that map, as Rick stated, we just felt east of PCH would be very difficult to get the state funding necessary to build the quantity of affordable housing needed to meet your RENA goals. And obviously that is a broad area within subsections. You know, we know there's the Smoky Hollow specific plan that could be revised, the downtown specific plan, there's a hearing next week. So we definitely understand the nuance. We tried to avoid singling out a particular neighborhood per se. That map was more to show, hey, anywhere else in the city will be challenging from a funding perspective. But you're right, more nuance is definitely needed in practical terms.
Yeah, south of Franklin in Smoky Hollow, most of that property is deed restricted, right? I mean, the fire chief will chase us out of town if we try to put an apartment building down there. It's all in the blowout zone of the refinery. We can't put stuff there. Are we going to go through? You know, there's 14 items here, and say yes, no, and add one of these, and kind of like the look of one of those. Was that sort of the preferred course of action?
Yeah, we can go through it one-on-one. We can ad hoc it, and you can share your general.
I mean, I'd say the Civic Center surplus property. I think the idea of redeveloping the Civic Center and having housing be a part of that. You know, have the units on top, sort of the caretaker units and things like you see on the west side of the street. There is an interesting in that formulation, but that would be as this being some sort of commercial development. I think that there is a significant trepidation in declaring this surplus and having this be a standalone. Who can? Oh, wait.
A couple of us can't weigh in on that.
There we go.
Might have some strong opinions on it.
Cover your earmuffs. All right, so we're going to skip item 5. Councilmember Giroux.
So, one of the things I think we have to look at is the fact that this is one of those situations where we could just be circling the plane forever. We have $5.3 million. We got to figure out the best bang for the buck we can use on that right now, and then figure out the go forward. If we try to figure out everything at once, we will get nothing done, because that's generally the way we do things. So, in my opinion only, going through these is important, but I think one of the things you have to think about is, what infrastructure do we have to become a housing authority? In the end, that's why we have many mansions, right? So that's why that's there. So us buying land, what would you call it, land banking, things like that, I think there's just some obvious things we can wipe out of here. And then there's things that we really can sit. I think maybe the 2x2 ad hoc idea, that's probably a really good idea to get through all this. Otherwise, this could be a many hour conversation.
Well, I want to kind of zip into one of these, which is I thought was, I was curious. We sort of operate under the assumption that Park Vista and senior housing were no longer allowed to be counted for RENA purposes, and there's some mechanism for restructuring them that would allow those to be credited.
Yeah, there is. It currently doesn't count for your affordable housing goals, technically. So if you're to refinance it, maybe through a tax-exempt bond or some other affordable housing funding source, and under certain parameters, 55 years, lower income, et cetera, you could potentially restructure it and get RENA credit for it in a way that would obviously be done in conjunction with the senior committee, and wouldn't displace anyone or raise their rents.
I think
I had a question there, because I had the same comment, Mayor Pro Tem. Would that prevent us from being able to, because currently, as you probably know, that there's a requirement that you live in El Segundo for 2 years before qualifying for that Park Vista property, assuming you meet the financial considerations as well. Would we still be able to hold that intact or no?
I'm not an attorney.
I think Councilmember Pierce got a question.
My understanding is that's already a precarious provision. And so, but yet, the short answer is yes, it would need to be restructured as a equal preference for live or work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Pierce.
I'm good.
So if we were going to pick out a few of these, and I think, yeah, there's probably a place for a subcommittee to winnow this down, but I think that Park Vista, just looking at the formulation of it, if it's something that's going to radically change Park Vista, I think that probably we're going to bail out on that, but I'd be curious, because it is affordable housing, we might as well get credit for it. But yeah, I'm open to, do we want to designate a subcommittee?
The only thing I'd say on number 3 was, if there's a situation where it actually makes the living situation and future situation better because it's not being managed by us and it's being managed by someone who does this for a living, it's worth seeing what that looks like. I just don't want to dismiss it out of hand if in the end it ends up being a better situation for the people who live there. That's all. I just wouldn't want to kibosh that one quite yet. But on the whole, though, I think it's probably smart to go to either 2x2s or probably 2x2s, I think, on this.
And then all the ADUs, one of the things we had talked about when we first passed the ordinance to allow the ADUs, I had asked that question, can we not count them as low income? And we weren't.
We can count ADUs as part of our RENA count. The state has a formula that gives you a percentage of what you can count in each category.
Okay.
And so we've done so. We do get a credit. It's not a significant credit.
I like number 7, the religious institution overlay, 'cause there is some property in town where there's churches and some of them are aging, and so that could be a situation where, you know, it's the zoning and it gets allowed. But I would think that if a church came to us today and said, hey, we'd like to develop the back half of our property into this, there would likely be a discussion and a development agreement, and I don't think there's anything today that would stop that from happening. I really like number 11. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to discuss that one, but that's probably the best one on here.
We can, because it allows us to negotiate each individual deal.
But back to your point, Councilmember Giroux, about the money that we currently have. I guess I've always seen it as the state, by forcing us into the affordable housing world, right? They're creating these housing departments within each city. And, you know, City of LA, City of Santa Monica, they have these departments. They're fully funded. We don't have the capacity for that, nor do we have the money in our budget for a housing department. So I guess I've always looked at this money as like, this is our war chest to be able to pay for our housing department moving forward. Like, this is how we're gonna handle this, because as, like, let's say Pacific Coast Commons comes online, right? There's a process by which people have to be vetted, right? And then there's everything that has to be filed with the state, and then they have to be checked on, right? It has to be made sure, is the person still living there? Are they not still living there? All this stuff costs money. And so either we start budgeting for that, or we start planning like, hey, we're gonna have to have X amount of dollars per year go to that. Or, Mr. Allen, can we use this money, or is this money only allowed to be used for the creation of housing?
There were no stipulations on the 5.3 million other than it's a affordable housing fund. And Many Mansions has been onboarded to provide much of those services, and that doesn't touch the $5.3 million at this time. And so it's really an open-ended 5.3 million as long as it's tied to the production or advocacy or management of affordable housing.
But none of these options actually were to study east of the boulevard, right?
So there's also the housing element. We will need to marry this with the housing element that has some of that feedback, and that was also discussed during the strategic planning session. So we'll need to marry these documents together for the actual strategic plan. But these were topics that were not discussed in depth for the housing element, or topics that came up after the fact, or in addition to that the housing element triggered these types of ideas.
When we come back, or as this evolves and comes back to us in many forms, can we potentially craft our staff reports and break up, like, if there's a portion of this to discuss as part of the downtown specific plan, or if there's a portion of this to discuss in any, like, the Smoky Hollow specific plan, that we break those up as to, like, different items within an item, so that certain members of this body can discuss certain portions of an item and then step out for other portions of said item.
Yeah.
You know, because the mayor's going to conflict out on any conversation in Smoky Hollow. The mayor and I are going to conflict out on anything having to do with the downtown specific plan, right? So if we have those items lopped into an overall discussion of affordable housing in town, you're gonna lose 2 people from that discussion immediately, unless we craft the report or craft the ask.
The discussion, yeah.
You know, in 2 parts. That's something that I would ask, but I don't know. I'm tired. I passed the buck to somebody else.
Well, the first thing we have to do is receive and file it. So let's move on to receiving and filing, and then we can provide feedback and direction. Do I have a motion to receive and file?
Giroux, so moved.
Second, Boyle.
Council consent.
Council consent. There we go.
File. I have received this and I'm filing it.
There we go. All right. In terms of direction, do we want to ad hoc subcommittee this thing and winnow this down?
Yeah, I think either ad hoc or we go, what would be better, Michael? Would we go 2x2s? Is that more effective because you're getting more feed?
Well, even if
sorry.
2x2s,
Two to
there's going to
ones.
be conflict out, so I'm not sure how useful.
Yeah,
So you can go two and
put
one.
Boyles and me together in a
Oh,
2-2-1,
yeah, but
and then we
exactly.
can't talk
We
about
could do that.
downtown, and I can't. I'm sure that I'll find a way to not have to talk about Smoky Hollow.
No, I was elected.
No, she got her ping pong ball was drawn.
No, I live on, even though.
Yeah, I have a lease. She has a property.
We got ping ponged.
Makes perfect sense.
I'm the only one who doesn't conflict out.
Oh, just wait when we start talking East Sepulveda. You can't talk about that.
All right, so our feedback and direction will come in 2-2-1 meetings, right? And you're going to have the conflict 2, the ping pong 2, and the 1.
Yes.
Got it. All right. Do we just move on? Do we don't have
That's
to?
No further action.
No further.
Sorry, guys.
We're recommending-
Recommendation for, the council providing feedback is 2 + 2 + 1.
2
right?
+ 2 + 1 with
You
the
got
city
it.
manager and Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
All right, we already did land trust. Oh, now some light reading. Rhymes with faxes. All right, item 19, discussion and direction on potential city sales tax or business license tax update ballot measures. Mr. George, who will
Yes.
report on this?
Let me just start out. I know it's late. I know you guys are tired. I think we all are. And the reason that this item is on the agenda, and it was a long agenda, I mean, obviously we're not meeting now for a while, but in the process of going over the budget, the new fee schedule, the development fee schedules, we've been immersed in the financial dealings of the city now for a couple months, and potential new revenue sources. We've been talking, cannabis. We've got a ballot. We've got a ballot measure now coming up in November. So we put this on because potentially, if the council, and this is just for discussion, if the council were interested in a business license tax ballot measure or a potential city sales tax measure, we would need to get this on, we would need to get something like this to the county by August 11th. So that's why it's on tonight. If we miss the window, this will have to come back in 2 years. So that's why we've got it on. We can get into a pretty lengthy discussion. Joe's got the short presentation on both of these potential ballot measures, if you will, and we can get into, we're prepared, but I just turn it over to you. And if not, and again, it's for discussion purposes. Our goal was to, do you want staff to spend some time on either one of these moving forward, or should we just delay this for? And I know in my discussions with you individually, some of you individually, these items have been, particularly the business license tax matter has been discussed now for a couple of years, I think. So again, it's your call. We're certainly prepared to discuss it. As I said, Joe's got a brief presentation, but it's up to you.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may just add one additional detail to the city manager's comments, is that 4 votes would be required for either of the proposed measures, assuming they want to be pursued. Thank you.
Very well. I would be eager to hear this even at this late hour, so.
I agree. I don't think we can wait 2 years to get this stuff done, so I think it's pretty imperative with what we have facing us from a revenue situation to address this.
I have a question. So how much detail needs to be, when we go to the voters, how much do we have to be prepared to go to the voters? Can we not ask for, let me frame that. Yeah, like, can we kind of go up can we up a level and say, can we make a change at a range, or can we go to the voters and say, going forward, can we make any business license changes without going to the voters? Does it have, what, like, is this an El Segundo specific thing? 'Cause-
I believe because it's a tax, and the city attorney could probably opine better than I, but because it's a tax and it was originally approved by the voters, we have to go back to the voters to make any changes, and it does have to be very specific in what we're changing.
But could we not go back to the voters and say, can we change that so that it doesn't have to go to the voters and allow the council and the city to make changes to the business license?
Because it's a tax, not a fee, I don't think so.
Right. You need equal authority to implement or amend a tax, but an example with the cannabis measure is there is a range that we establish unique as to gross receipts, but it does establish a cap and authorize some adjustment within that envelope. But I think there might be some specific features unique to sales taxes and business license taxes that you may want to factor into that analysis.
Yeah, I mean, because this is definitely something we need to look at, because our businesses, the business models are changing, right? Right now, we penalize companies who have more employees, so we charge them more tax versus someone who doesn't have employees. And then people that are working remotely, since they're working remotely, they aren't paying the taxes for having the employees if they actually have to come to the.
As long as the business is reporting them in the headquarters in El Segundo, we're still capturing the headcount.
Still, regardless, like, it's very old school in that it burdens companies to hire more people.
That's right. You could have a small room full of servers harvesting Bitcoins and have one employee and pay less than somebody who has 20 employees doing so. So, Joe, do you want to take us through your presentation?
Sure, absolutely.
Can we just take a two?
Oh, sure. Take a quick bio break. All right, we'll be back at 10:50.
If I may just quickly interject to just close the loop on the question earlier, Prop 218, Prop 62 requiring a majority approval for general taxes like these could be crafted. Funds are used for any general municipal purpose, but the tax itself needs to be specific as to who pays, how much, the duration. That specificity is required.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, well, good evening again, Council. So funding needs, there has to be a reason why we're proposing a tax measure or changing a tax measure. We have one-time capital needs that are not funded, large capital projects, for example, like the plunge rehab, recreation park needs assessment, facility needs assessment. I believe the total between all these is over $100 million, close to $120 million. Plus we have public infrastructure projects, ongoing need of about $2 million per year in street, sidewalk, and road improvement repairs. So millions of dollars that the city needs to for its infrastructure. Recurring operational and maintenance needs also. Recurring costs of public safety, unfunded technology needs of $3 to $4 million. For instance, we need a new ERP system, it's very outdated. Ensure fiscal sustainability and ensure healthy reserves. So these are all rationale behind talking about a tax measure. So defining the fiscal issue, again, there's about $150 million to $200 million in unfunded city infrastructure and technology needs. Plus, on top of that, we have unfunded labor negotiations moving forward as well. So the two items before you tonight are sales tax, local use and transaction tax, and the business license tax. Okay, so currently all cities in California receive what's called the Bradley-Burns 1% sales tax. That's, every city receives that. So when we're talking about a local tax, it's in addition to that 1%. So tax may be levied as just a general tax, which is requires 50% plus one of voter approval, or as a special tax where it's restricted for a very specific purpose, like capital infrastructure, and that would require 2/3 of voter approval. And then it can be in perpetuity, where it could have a sunset provision. So now kind of focusing on the local sales tax, that can be levied in 1/8 increments, so 0.125%, which would be about 1.5 million here for El Segundo. And there I have displayed about 1/4%, 0.5%, and 3/4%. That would be the max that we could impose, which would bring the city's current local sales tax from 9.5 to 10.25, which is the max in LA County. So each 1/4% is about 3 million per year. And again, this is just the current sales tax breakdown. El Segundo, total of 9.5% there at the bottom. And that's how it's broken up. Measure C, so that was approved by voters in March of 2018, which approved a 3/4% local sales tax in El Segundo. However, it's not implemented until LA County places a local county-wide sales tax on the ballot. And they have not done that since Measure C passed in 2018. And in my perspective, they will not do that because the financial benefit for them to do that has severely diminished. So we have over 60% of local cities now in LA County that have their own local use and sales tax. So the window there is very small for them to collect additional revenue. Sorry, back here real quick. So if council wanted us to, if they directed staff to look into modifying Measure C, which again passed by voters by, I believe it was close to 80%, we would bring back something on the ballot, 1/4%, 0.5% or 3/4%, modifying Measure C and enacting it immediately versus waiting for the county to implement something on the county-wide ballot, which I don't see them doing. Okay, now move on to the business license tax, or BLT. So some of the updates that we would do if we brought a BLT measure to the November ballot would be redefining business types and categories. It's very antiquated, our code right now. Most of it was drafted in the 40s and 50s in language. Exclude old business models. Add shared economy business types to the language. And then a revision to some of the fee structure. So right now the base fee is $111.30, so that's the minimum that anyone can pay. Restructure that to maybe something like $150. Revise the calculation for the base square footage. So right now the base square footage is 5,000 square feet. Anything above that is 25 cents per square foot. So one of the ideas I was contemplating was reducing that to either 2,000 square feet or even down to 1,000 square feet would be the base, and then have some type of per square foot calculation thereafter. Revision to the calculation of base head count as well. Right now the base is 10 employees plus $128 for each employee thereafter, so some modification to that as well. So there's either going with a model like that or gross receipts tax, and in the past there was no support from council to do gross receipts tax. That's why I didn't have a discussion in the PowerPoint on that, but if council would like to have that discussion, we can talk about that. And then a revision to the sales tax and late penalty credit. So right now, businesses that generate sales tax, so not necessarily just by retail sales, but it could be B2B. So for instance, Chevron, Boeing, Raytheon, they're all producing sales tax for the city as well. They're allowed to capture up to 40% of whatever they produce in a year and offset that, the business license tax by 40% of the sales tax they generate in any given year. And a lot of businesses are completely offsetting their business license tax altogether because that 40% sales tax credit will offset their business license tax. So I'm proposing to eliminate that. That would generate about $1.5 million a year to the city, and to come up with a new business attraction tool for businesses. So right now that credit, sales tax credit, is in perpetuity. And some type of new business attraction tool would be valid maybe for 1 to 3 years and then sunset. So any of these actions, whether it's the sales tax or modification to Measure C or the BLT measure, it would require 4 out of the 5 council members to place that on the ballot. And it would require, again, 50% plus 1 of voters to approve it as well. And for the BLT, again, what I'm recommending in the bullet points are up there: update current language in the code that is outdated, update the methodology used to calculate the BLT, revise the sales tax credit, revision to the base rate, calculation of square footage and head count, possibly add a small business credit. That's possible. There's different models that we can do to include that. So these actions would generate, depending on what direction council would give us, but anywhere from $1.5 million to $2 million per year. And we're not necessarily asking council for specifics tonight, but just direction from council. Do we want to move forward with the sales tax, or do we want to move forward with the business license tax, both of them or neither of them? There would be a lot of work behind the scenes staff would have to do between now and the end of July to ensure that this would happen, and it would be successful to get it passed by council, at least 4 out of 5 of you, and get it to the county before the August 11th due date. It would require to have probably 2 council meetings also in July. And I believe that concludes the presentation, if council has any questions.
I think the sales tax credit is something that has probably outlived its usefulness. It had a point in time, I think, that, but right now it is we have a slice of sales tax and a business tax to fund services, and by playing those against one another, it's somewhat self-defeating at this point. So I would advocate anything that we take forward that removes, even if we do like you said, a sunsetting, a new business attraction piece where maybe it's a benefit they get for 3 years, I would be open to, but it is ultimately self-defeating to have it on there. I mean, we have to fund services that businesses need, so.
I think there's validation on doing both. I just do. With everything that we have stepping on, coming down the pike for us, it's going to be important. And in 2 years, to have this come up again, or wait 2 years for this, is going to be an awful lot of revenue generation that we're putting to the side. Especially when you consider the sales tax piece of it, where everyone basically around us is grabbing that. So it's not like we are out in front of everybody grabbing it. It's we put a placeholder in, and now it makes no sense for the county to actually bring this to the ballot because they're not going to get anything out of it because the municipalities got out in front of it and took it. So the other thing with that is that the overwhelming majority of that tax is going to be collected from people that live outside of the city, that people come in to visit. And that's another reason why it's the least burdensome piece on the residents of this town to put a sales tax on. So I think it's important to do that. Whether we can word it, whether it gives, I think I remember reading in here, I'm a little loopy right now, sorry, that there was a range that you can go from a quarter to 3/4. Is it possible to put that in there where we can make that decision and maybe phase it in? But I just think that makes a lot of sense considering we had, I think, 82% of the people voted for this in the past.
84.97.
That's a better number than the one I just laid out, so.
Well,
yes.
that was also, though, I mean, to be clear, there was real sense that the county was going to raise taxes, and we told people that sales tax would have, if it happened, we couldn't stop it, but at least that money would stay in El Segundo. And part of the reason that was so successful is we went directly to people and said, this is not going to be a tax that we are going to try and impose on you later. I mean, that was part of that sales pitch. So I think we need to tread somewhat lightly in that regard.
Well, we wouldn't be imposing on it today. We would basically be putting it to them like, hey, what do you guys think? Here it is. The county is not going to raise that. Everywhere you shop around us, you're paying it already. If you go to Costco, you're paying 10 1/4. Hawthorne is loving life, right? Their coffers are full. I mean, you look at, Torrance. And so I would say to that point, I don't think we're not going back on our word. We're just saying, hey, community, what do you think about this now? The situation we're in, the infrastructure shortfalls that we have, all these capital improvement projects that we need to rebuild our infrastructure. We got the POBs in place. We have our financial future from a pension standpoint solved. We cannot solve the infrastructure piece without help in some way, shape, or form. And now our residents may say, no thanks, not interested. And they may say no, they may vote it down. But at least give them the choice, right? I mean, I feel like there are people living in this town, just like I feel like I've been on council and never seen those bathrooms fixed. There's probably people living in this town that are they're never, I'm gonna die before the Joslin Center is fixed. I'm never gonna swim in the plunge again in my life because they're never gonna have the money to fix it. You know what I mean? And so give those people the option, be like, hey, we wanna get all this stuff done, but we can't do it with the current economics. But this is a funding option. I do have a question though. So remember with the 218 ballot for trash, we said that we asked the public, to give us the ability to charge up to a certain amount. With this kind of structure here, can it be on the ballot where we then have the option to go the full 3/4 of a point, or is that our discretion to then decide how it's phased?
I believe, and I'm going to defer to the city attorney, I would believe you could structure it where, up to the 3/4%, and then council can choose to only implement a portion of that. Am I?
Yeah, that's analogous to what we did for the cannabis, where you set the cap, but so long as you maneuver within there, there's that flexibility.
Setting aside sales tax for a second, for updating the business license tax, I think it has to happen because it is so antiquated. I would say my preference would be, if we do vote to craft it, will be to tread very lightly. We are hell-bent on being the most attractive business place in the region. So I think these things should not be seen as a disincentive, but I think plainly we have businesses operating in formerly industrial areas that require services, and they require them intensely, but they operate in a way that's just, we're just not built around to capture anything to provide those services. There's a reason we don't have broadband and Wi-Fi in Smoky Hollow. I mean, it's because it's designed to fix things in stamped tile as opposed to all the professional services that are occurring there now. So I think that part, I would say the guides would be to tread lightly. I would be strongly in favor of that. I would say if the council wants to go forward on a sales tax, I would wed it to, my recommendation would be to wed it to a higher threshold of a special tax and say, if we really want it to be for infrastructure, and we're going to go to people and say it's going to be for infrastructure, then have the courage of the conviction to go to the 2/3 vote, because I think people are going to look at it, and if they see it as a 50+1, they don't think it's going to go to infrastructure. They think that money will just disappear. So I would say if it's an infrastructure vote, make it a special tax with a special allocation and make it take 2/3. Councilmember Piercic.
So obviously timing is short. I mean, I personally think I've been asking to reevaluate our business license for 6 years. And now we're at a very short time frame. So the earliest we could, if we don't make this November ballot, the earliest we could bring it back would be the following November, correct?
November 2024.
Oh, 2024, so.
Yeah, so it has to be on a general election cycle.
I mean, can we get it done?
If we keep the business license tax simple and everyone is in agreement with exactly what needs to be changed, but if we want to make it very complex, then I don't believe we'll be able to do it. That's my personal opinion.
But I think there's beauty in the simplicity of the way we do it. I don't think it has to be, it doesn't have to be a giant matrix. There's a reason people like doing business here. We make it easy.
I think the way you have it worded is about right? Is there anything on there that's problematic?
The only piece was the gross sales. So right now, the way it's structured is it's based off number of employees. But could there be some type of hybrid to capture those companies that, that don't have, like the server farms?
So it's either you do gross receipts for everyone, or you do this for this methodology for everyone. I'm going to have to defer again to the city attorney, but I believe if you single out certain types of businesses that are only going to be assessed gross receipts and others not, I don't know if that's a conflict or not. I don't know of any city that has it that way. It's either one or the other.
I wasn't singling out businesses, but it's kind of like a trigger, either or kind of.
One of those, if your gross receipts are above X number, then you go to, like the alternative minimum tax, right? You go to a different calculation.
Some type of a trigger.
Hey, Mayor Pro Tem, may I share an anecdote?
Please do.
It's one that we were in the 11th hour of securing a very well-known video game creation, publishing company, etc., that was in Santa Monica, and unfortunately we didn't get them. They ended up going to LA. The only reason they ended up in the city of LA was because Mayor Garcetti, I'm not quite sure how, but gave them an exemption to the gross receipts tax. If it hadn't been for that, there's no way they would have been located there. And that story is consistent with many other entrepreneurs and high-tech companies that are producing something. They've got a very scalable product, and they're producing something with lower overhead than would be traditional industry. They will avoid gross receipts tax at all costs. And it's one of the primary concerns and gripes you hear about the city of LA is a gross receipts tax. So to be consistent with what I said the last time this came before us, I would strongly urge us to not consider any gross receipts tax consideration. If you want to be business friendly, you don't want to be with gross receipts. And as far as just because I've got the mic for a second, with the BLT, I think you're right, Mr. Lilio. I agree that the minimum threshold for square footage should go much lower than the 5,000. It probably should go to like 1,000 square feet, as I think you suggested. And I think there is an opportunity to slightly increase the amount that we charge per employee and per square foot going forward. But I think otherwise the formula works. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, do you have any opinion on sales tax?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of increased sales tax. I think there's more to be done within our city, and it's already incredibly difficult. And I know that all of our peer cities have done it, or many of them have gone up to the maximum allowable taxable rate by the county, but I don't personally believe in that. I think it's just a race to the bottom, for lack of a better term. We just increase the tax rate over and over again. They're never going down. It becomes more and more difficult to live in California, to do business in California. The cost of government continues to go increase. So no, I can't support the sales tax increase. Thank you.
Councilmember Pierstick, any opinion on the sales tax?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the sales tax. I would prefer to go on business tax.
You know we're not raising the sales tax, right? We're just giving the voters the option to raise the sales tax. That's all we're doing. So I am not in favor of drugs.
To be clear, thank you,
I am not in
Councilmember.
favor of
Thank you for
drugs.
clarifying.
And we're going to give the voters the option to have drugs sold in our town.
Well, that was obviously foisted upon us,
but ultimately, it's up to the voters.
I think on the sales tax, you have 3 no votes right now, and you'd need 4 to move forward with it. So I think that probably. But for business license tax, I think there is support for that. I would entertain a motion in that regard for business tax reform or updating. Excuse me.
Boyle, so moved.
Giroux, second.
And this includes the sales tax is part of that, or not, excuse me, the
Sales tax credit.
Sales tax credit is part of
Yes.
business license tax
Absolutely,
update.
absolutely.
That's what I thought when I was making the motion.
Yep,
Yeah,
it's-
reforming that sales tax credit.
That is a part of it, Mr. Mayor. So we have a motion from the mayor and a second from Giroux, Councilmember Giroux.
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
5-0.
All right, the motion passes.
Joe, when can we come back?
So, Joe, you said we'd have to have some meetings in July?
Let's talk about it.
Yes, correct. And I don't know, maybe working backwards, we do sometime in the middle of July, is that?
Question,
Yeah,
will those
let's
meetings
look
require a
backwards.
4 out of 5 quorum to pass anything? If we have people on vacation and you only get,
Well, yeah, that's one note. So tonight on the consent calendar, you extended for 30 days the teleconferencing, which would allow the flexibility without, posting outside your room and the old school teleconferencing. So that was approved. That'll get you 30 days from now. If you want any meetings beyond that, then before then, you would have to kick that out again to allow for the hybrid flexibility.
but just about any meeting to require about the business license tax update needs 5 council members in attendance and 4 voting for.
You need 4 votes.
Oh, so if you get a 4, it's gonna be 4 out of 4.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't necessarily need 5.
And I was just going to say, working backwards as far as the calendar, the hard legal deadline for the city to submit an approved resolution adding a ballot measure is Friday, August 12th. The county has requested that, notwithstanding that hard legal deadline, they would prefer to receive anything before the end of July. That's obviously discretionary, but just noting that. But those are sort of where the goalposts are timing-wise.
All right, thank you. Item 20, committees, commissions, and boards. Appointment to the board.
Sorry, I think before we depart, is there a sense of there would be a subsequent special meeting or a desire to keep one of the regular meetings in July?
We can come back.
Okay.
No, we are not keeping, we're on recess.
We're on
If anything,
recess.
It's a special meeting that we all need to coordinate, I would think.
And we'll do that through the clerk's office. Let's talk internally in terms of our timing and put something together that you can respond to.
All right, we have appointments to the Library Board of Trustees and Senior Citizen Housing Corporation Board. Who can announce those appointments? I don't have it on my,
I can help you out on that if you'd like.
pardon?
All right.
I've only got so many papers.
Eric.
Madam Clerk, can you help me, please?
I will help you.
I'm scared and lonely.
Eric
Lost.
Hoffman was appointed to the Library Board of Trustees to a partial term expiring June 30th, 2024. And Janice Merva and Carol Erickson to full terms expiring June 30th, 2025. And Paula Rotolo was appointed to a full term expiring June 30th, 2026 to the Senior Citizen Housing Corporation Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You are welcome.
Reports, Madam Clerk, anything from you?
No, other than just to remind anyone that is considering running, nomination period will open on July 18th.
And when does it close?
August 12th, unless an incumbent does not. But
Dun, dun,
no
dun,
one
dun.
has to run.
The city treasurer is not here, and his report is in the consent calendar. Council member reports. Councilmember Giroux.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Councilmember Nichol.
Nada.
Councilmember Pierstick.
Nothing for me.
Mayor Boyles, anything to report?
No, don't we have a pickleball tournament that we're hosting this week?
Yes.
Awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Make sure you stretch for that one. A couple pieces. One interesting thing from sanitation, we had the rare moment of reducing rates. So east of PCH, our LA County Sanitation will see rate reduction for those customers because the reserve levels are high enough that it offsets some of the capital expenses. So that is a rare in California moment of someone's rates going down on a publicly provided piece. That's correct on the west side. That's why I'll be piping everything over here. I'd like our Public Works Department did a bang-up job. We complained a lot about smells. We had smells on the west side that weren't coming up from Hyperion. They were actually coming up from the pump stations. They determined it was from the wet wells, and they were able to jump on that in about 24 hours. And I thought that was remarkably quick service and a particularly sensitive thing, which is smells. And I will get rid of the rest of this stuff because we've been here for 7 hours. City Attorney.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
City Manager.
Just real quick. We actually hired, after a process of selection and interviews, I've selected a new Recreation Parks and Library Director. As you know, John Jones was interim. He'll be here till the end of the month. Her name is Allie Mancini. She is a longtime Director of Community Services for the City of Signal Hill. Excellent references. We went through a very thorough interview process. I had an outside panel of city managers, also an in-house panel of fellow department heads. She came through with flying colors. References were all wonderful, and she will be starting this week. So Allie, and actually what's interesting is her mom was the director here many years ago. I don't know if any of you know her. Anyway, that is it. And again, I thank you for approving my contract, and I look forward to the next couple of years with you. And we got a lot to do and a lot to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. Oh, also, we have a new Assemblywoman, right? They've awarded that seat on the special election. So vote your conscience. All right, we are adjourned. Time now is 11:19.